where's my headphones? Oh wait. Oh my god. Hey girl. Hey girl. Good morning, girl. Girl breakfast. Girl breakfast. Yes, girl. Last time we're doing this. My god. My god. Last time we're doing this. How crazy is that? You know what I mean? Girl. Let me see. What's going on here? Mm. Yeah. No, you're right. Okay. Girl breakfast. Girl breakfast. Hey, girl. How are you, girl? How are you? Last time we're doing this, right? That's crazy. That's crazy. Last time. I'm gonna miss y'all. I'm gonna miss these mornings. I can't believe this is the last time. Let me see. Where's Catherine? So she can give you guys. Cause she right now she's giving me a discourse, and I'm all here for it. I love it. So I love her discourse. Let's see. Let me invite guests. Copy. Where you at, girl? Donde estás? Donde estás, Catherine? Let's see. Jeez, you guys. I love you guys. It has been a crazy, crazy, crazy championships. Crazy championships. I can't even begin. There's Catherine. Here we go. Send. Hmm. Yeah, it's because she qualified first, Brody. Okay. Oh, so early in the morning. So fresh, so clean. Let's see. One live. There's Catherine. Oh, hey. Oh, hey, girl. Last day. Man, we made it. Looks like we made it. Yes, 2 weeks. So exciting. I'm so excited.
We can talk about gymnasts.
Yes, let's do
Um,
this.
so I did analysis on vault comparisons and bars, and I don't think vault is very useful to talk about. I mean, I can when I give out the spreadsheets, people can look at the vault stuff, but because people do more higher difficulty vaults at Worlds than they often do at their domestic comps, and often we don't have a whole lot of 2 vault scores from domestic comps. I just don't think it's useful to talk about them.
Yeah, because it's
Um,
just like it can be interpreted several
yeah,
ways.
yeah. So
Yeah.
in terms of bars, there's some interesting data. So the Italians are clearly still crazy.
Mamma
Like
mia.
they are way over scoring. The Brazilians on bars, their domestic scoring, yeah, there's some overscoring, but it's not quite as striking as the all-around data suggested. And like there is some, but it's like not it's not the Italians. The Italians are like clearly overscoring everything.
Now, question.
Um
Question.
yeah.
How do you feel that makes Donatella feel?
I don't know that Donatella cares that much.
Well, that's good. You're
I
just like,
mean,
who cares?
she shows up, but like, and she goes to Italian comps, but I don't think she feels like it's her reputation on the line. You know what
Even
I'm
though it
saying?
should be.
Maybe. I mean, she doesn't control them.
Fair.
I mean, um, let's see. The sort of Czechia is also still showing up as overscoring, which is weird. Like they're like I have domestic scores for them, so like maybe they're just sticking out because I have more of those. But like the Hungarians aren't showing up as like tremendously overscoring, and I have that data too.
Okay.
So there's that. So here's a connect, and the British, I think the data is really hard to read because they had a huge splat fest in one of their last Worlds trials. So I think their data is a little weird. So the two more things. So I talked about the Brazilians. I talked about the Italians. The Americans look like they're still in the like range of noise. And when I looked at the all-around data, it suggested that they were a little bit overscoring. On bars, they're a little underscoring.
Oh, really?
It's not like a markedly, but all of their bar scores are a little lower than their world scores.
Huh.
And I don't know what to make of that. I have some suspicions about the stuff we'll get from Beam and Floor, but I just find that interesting and I don't know what to make of it yet.
Perhaps
Uh, the
we're more strict than buffet judges are on
I
bars.
at least their bar scoring for the last 2 years is more in line with Worlds than I think people give them credit for. I I don't want to say that um
All events.
about all events, and I think we will have better data once once we have the Pan Am's data because we'll have a bunch of US scores from international stuff that so I think I'll be able to say more after Pan Am's. But and the Germans are back in line, like their bar scores are like right dead on line with their world scores. So I'm now more comfortable saying that when it looked like they were overscoring and they're all around, that was because Voss and Schaefer just had like a nightmare.
Good. Don't you
Um,
just love it when the data just falls in line?
yeah, so the your instinct that the Italians are overscoring is like absolutely
Correct.
falling into the data. The Brazilians look very suspect. The US looks like they're overscoring a little, but not a ton in general. And then that's about it. I mean, I don't have the Russians' data, but I bet you the Russians would look just like the Italians.
Yeah. Okay.
But the Italians are hilariously overscoring, though.
Petit Marion. Petit underscore Marion. Says what time are we gonna or the finals start? They start here in like 30 minutes, girl.
Okay, so let's go over uh, the gymnasts in these finals.
Yes. Remind us.
Okay,
We have
so in the go ahead.
parallel bars. We have men's vault,
Mag vault,
mag vault first,
women's beam,
women's beam,
mag parallel bars, women's floor, mag high bar.
and those are, I mean, those are the exciting finals, I would say.
Yeah.
Although yesterday,
So
let's not too much on Cole Young yesterday.
hey, and we're gonna see him again because he's first up on vault.
Slay! Oh my gosh, Catherine, you
So
tell me, how did you feel yesterday about that final?
I thought that it was a pommel horse final.
It was
Because
chaotic.
it was chaotic, but I think the right people won medals.
Absolutely, yes.
Um, I feel so bad that they could only send one pommel horse final person to the Olympics from here, but
Yeah.
those World Cup pommel horse finals are gonna be fire. People should
Fire.
totally watch them. So
Um, no, yeah, it was a really good
I
final.
mean, I felt really bad for Li Shikai, but
Yeah.
also Li Shikai, I think, is the person who has the most avenues to get to the Olympics because he's
He's
a
Lee
decent
Shikai.
enough all-arounder.
He's Lee
Well, and
Shikai.
he's a decent enough all-arounder that he could potentially take the Asian Championships mag spot.
Oh, did you hear what our
What?
dear friend to the show, Sandra Ilsonic said?
What?
Well, beyond her returning to the show, I don't think I've interviewed her again. With thank you, Sandra. Very excited about that. She says she's gonna go to African Championships.
Oh, good. I'm glad she's staying in. I mean, she clearly improved a lot in like
Yeah,
it's
did
very
she
clear
kind
that
of gag you a little bit?
sure.
You're like, sure, sure. She gagged. She gagged the
No, but
girls.
like
Gagged the girls, Catherine.
she like the improvement on her floor between African
Significant.
Championships and Worlds is like humongous. So I like I'm gonna give it to Sandra. I'm glad she's continuing in Elite because I think she has something to give, and she's really invested.
Yeah, she's all the way in. And the thing is, we heart.
Her, I thought of their her.
One more time, Catherine.
Yeah,
We
we
say it
heart.
again.
Like whatever I thought of her inclusion in the first place, she's investing, and that's what matters.
That is what matters, isn't it? Because you want a gymnast that's going to go all in.
Like, right? She didn't show up just to get her ticket to Worlds, and she's not gonna give the Egyptian program anything else.
Yeah, no,
So
she's.
you know,
I feel like she's there for the long haul. Now, is that
and
Paris? I don't know.
I mean, so uh, we're not gonna have a whole lot of time to go through this.
Yeah,
She would have a fight on her hands to get to Paris because there are two South African all-arounders who are still looking for a trip to Paris, and there is another Egyptian all-arounder who would. But Sandra was the highest Egyptian. She did better than the other Egyptian, so she has a fight. But like the South African all-arounders are good.
yeah, yeah. No,
So
it's in.
uh,
Rosencrantz isn't going to be in her way anymore, right?
Rosencrantz has a ticket. Uh,
Fantastic.
uh,
Nadir,
Naveen Daring,
yeah, Nadim, Naveen.
and Anders is a new one.
So there's girls there that
Anders,
in her way.
so there are South Africans in her way, and
Okay,
there's also another Egyptian who's theoretically in her way. Anyway, so Magvault,
Magvault, yes.
Koi Young,
Koyang.
Paul Judah, Kevin Penneth, and
Oh,
we're
finally.
watching them. Yeah, so we're watching to make sure. So if no one else comes into the vault final, Kevin Penneth goes to the Olympics. But the first reserve would compete with Kevin to go to the Olympics.
And
Does
have
that
we
make
had
sense?
anybody pull out yet?
We have not yet that I know of.
Ooh, so it's just resting on the laurels of no one else quit.
No one else quit in the next hour. Jake Jarman, who I
Ooh.
think is probably GP's best chance to get a medal today, and they have not medaled at all yet this Worlds.
You know what I feel like in terms of that? I'm just like that scene in Harry Potter, the first one. He's like, Harry, when I when I move this to whatever square it is, like the chess scene.
Yeah,
That's how I feel about Jarman right now.
like there are things to say about what happened to the British this Worlds of, but maybe for a few days from now when you and I can talk about them
Implotina.
in a
Implotina.
Harry Hepworth. So he's also in this, and maybe they can get a medal from there. But you have Arthur Death-Kian, who is
Oh, you're
one of the most
fucked.
beautiful mag vaulters ever.
You're fucked. With
Um,
top 10 in the final, you're fucked. Like, you're not going to medal.
and I think of Koi Young is a lot like Arthur.
Oh, yeah. You've said before in the past that they have similar body types.
And they have very similar gymnastics.
Very similar.
You've got Igor Radivolov of the I am the
Agent of
most insane
Chaos.
person in mag vaulting.
He's an Agent of
And
Chaos always. Agent of Chaos.
Chukurny of Ukraine, who is also a really great vaulter. So
Who do you predict
we
walks
have
away with this?
Arthur,
Yeah, same.
Death-Kian.
Yeah, same.
But just because he's so precise and he's so clean.
I mean, his block is his next level. It's textbook.
Yeah. So In the beam final, we have Ashikawa of the 2021 world champion, Ashikawa of the I do not fall off beam even though I do the matrix dance.
I
Um,
remember that.
the Japanese women have won 4 of the last 6 beam medals available at Worlds,
Yeah, they have.
and she's the only Japanese woman in this final, so a lot on her.
Agent of Chaos.
Pauline Schaefer-Betts of
Agent of
Beam
Chaos.
Wizardry. Yeah, so Pauline is gonna be standing when everyone else falls.
Always, unless she
Um,
falls on her Schaefer bets.
Yeah, unless she falls on her Schaefer, which is criminally undervalued.
Undervalued, man. I mean,
Zhang Xian, Zhang Xin, the was the beam champion of Asian champs.
yeah, she was.
Simone Biles, you might have heard of her.
Local talent. Local talent. You know what I mean? Local talent.
Zhou of China, Olympic
Zhou
champion Sana Weivers, who came in when Get a River withdrew.
Yeah.
Charlize Jones, who is hinting at upgrades.
In the mixed zone,
And
she did. She did.
Rebecca Andrade, you also might have heard of her.
Local talent, Flavella, please. We love her.
In P-Bars, we have Kaya Kazuma of the poor little Dr. Kaya Kazuma.
Galieva, if you will.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ilya Kovtun.
Oh. And hold on. 2 seconds for Ilya Kovtun. War-torn country. War-torn country. He is training in Croatia. He is, the best gymnast from Ukraine of the past how many years? Well, maybe not best.
And he did not punch that Russian on that podium.
I would have.
At Doha.
I would have.
Like, the fact that he did not get violent there, I do not understand.
Because you can't mess with Ilya Kovtun. Inner peace. He is inner peace personified.
Shikong, is that how you say his name?
Yeah, love Shikong. My gosh, he has incredible gymnastics as well. Pound for pound, best gymnast on the scene.
Yul Moldauer.
Oh, Yul. Ariana, what are you doing here? Ariana, what are you doing here? That's a joke.
The Asher Hong.
Ariana, again, what are you doing here?
Matteo Levancity?
Let's go with that.
Yeah. Lucas Dowser, who is going to win this if he doesn't fall.
Hand on his hips, he's gonna win this.
Yeah, as long as if he stands up, he wins this.
Yeah.
And Sakamoto Kato. I did not predict anybody for Beam because it's Beam, by the way.
It's Beam. I'm gonna give you my prediction. I think it's little local talent. I don't know if you know her.
Simone Biles.
Simone Biles. I think you might like her in the coming years.
As long as she doesn't fall or grab the beam.
As long as she connects her mount, she'll be fine. That'll be the telltale sign. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I did do card pulls last night. By the way, I did do it. I did it. I was outside on my porch, and I had my phone holder on the door, just I don't know what I was doing. I was kind of drunk, but I predicted that Simone Biles will win, and Charlize Jones will fall off beam.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
So,
I don't want to be right, but
Charlize Jones. So one last chance at the Triple L for this year,
and then pack it up.
She's tried it in every phase, and she's not gotten credit in any of the phases. This is why this skill has been submitted for a decade and not gotten a name yet.
It's tricky. It's a tricky skill.
Little person that you probably have never heard of, Flavia Saraiva. Worth noting that
she hasn't pulled out.
She's still here. It's worth noting that the Brazilians had collectively the lowest number of artistry deductions on floor at 2022 Worlds. So If you want to understand artistry deductions in the FIG code right now, watch the Brazilians.
Our darling Flavia.
Naomi Visser,
who is so
local talent
lovely in
Simone,
interview. My gosh, so lovely.
local talent Simone Biles, who will win this.
Local talent.
Alice Kinsella, who is the last GB WAG who could medal for them, and she's not going to medal here.
Unless
So
everybody else
I'm-
fails, mama. Like, unless everybody else falls.
Yeah, I am certain the British WAGs are not going to walk away. Like, British WAG is not going to walk away from Worlds with a medal. Rebecca Andrade, Zhao China, which Chinese gymnast in the floor final.
Thank you,
And
Lena.
your favorite.
My favorite.
Your favorite, Sabrina Vonea.
My favorite, my girl. Romania's last chance.
Closes out WAG floor for us.
Last
and then on a high bar.
And on a high bar.
So
I see what you did there.
High bar,
I see what you did there. And on a high bar. You're funny. The puns.
So high bar is also a place where we're looking for an Olympic spot.
Yeah.
Because
we are.
Arthur Norrie,
noted racist. I now say that with my chest.
Noted racist. I gotta say that.
Gotta say it.
Is one of the potential people like who could get an Olympic spot here.
Yeah.
He's up first.
Oh, because the men didn't qualify, right? The men didn't qualify.
The Brazilian men did not qualify.
Ay, qué triste.
It's between him and Tim Surbic.
Oh, but we love Tim Surbic.
So one of the two of those gets the ticket to the Olympics out of this final. Paul Judah, Hashimoto Daiki, Felix Doche, Shiba Kenta, and Sue.
So basically, what you have here is a final of fly highing. I wouldn't say Dutchmen, but it's more than just Dutchmen.
Well, there's no Dutchmen here.
There's no Dutchmen here. None.
I mean, it's Daiki's if he
goes clean,
catches the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, he's done it, but he didn't do it. Didn't he fall in the all around? No, he didn't fall in the all around. I'm thinking someone else.
No. Shiba Kenta, I think.
Shiba Kenta.
High bar. In the all around. So, I think that the American men, I think, have a shot on vault for a minor medal and a shot on P-bars for a minor medal, but neither is terribly likely. I think Koi Young on pommel horse was their best.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that not USA turning into a pommel horse team?
Steven Edorosik does not have a case to make another world's team.
At all. Because if you just send up Koi, you have the same result, if not better. Because if Koi goes clean,
and he can do other things.
Yeah.
I love Steven. I love watching Steven hit, but
Prince of the show.
There's just not a case. So
he would have to come back with like an all-around program.
So, or at least
one.
a couple. I mean, or at least Paula Max Whitlock, who can be put up on 2 other events.
But floor, honey, like mama, like that's not going to happen for Steven Edorosik. No tea, no shade, Steven. You're just not going to become a floor worker overnight, girl. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So, I know I talked about the German non-nominative spot. I thought I would talk a little bit about the Hungarians and the Mexicans.
Please, because we are still we're
waiting.
As you say in Spanish, estoy de luto for Aritzi Sandoval, who got royally screwed by this ball final.
Yeah, but no, she got the bars spot though.
Oh, she did.
It did not matter. She was so. The only thing the vault thing messed with was which Hungarian would go.
Oh, okay.
So Sandoval was going to get. It was like of those choices. If Sange did not go into the vault final, then it would have gone to Sandoval. But because she did, the bars final goes to Sandoval.
Good.
So Sandoval was going to the Olympics either way.
Good. Now, if you guys don't know, for reference, Alicia Sandoval is a girl who has a double dismount or a Feliz Nova dismount bars for Mexico.
And worth knowing that if you go to the Olympics through a specialist spot, you can do the all around.
Yeah,
it's not like Worlds.
Is that a carryover from last Olympics? Yes, right.
I think it's always been the case. I mean, the limit in Worlds is really about trying to make Worlds shorter
for the televisor.
Well, for everybody, because Worlds is really long and it's hard to get hosts and all that sort of thing.
True.
But they don't care about that for the Olympics.
It's the Olympics, yeah.
So in terms of Mexico, they have a non-nominative spot. That means it's the federation can, if the federation wanted, they could hold the juggling contest to decide who gets their last Olympic spot. The same goes to the Germans, same goes for the Hungarians. So it's going to go to Escalera. I don't see the Mexicans giving it to anybody else. She's inconsistent as hell, and that's part of why they didn't make the Olympics as a team.
Yeah.
But she's their highest D potential. She can put up a 52 all-around score, which would put her into an Olympic all-around final. But
you got to hit when it counts, girl.
She's also capable of falling apart on bars or falling apart on beam, but that's kind of the story of the Mexican women. They can hit, they just don't always hit.
Yeah.
But once you go, so the how do you say her name? Starts with an L. Mexican team.
Oh, girl. I don't know.
So there is another Mexican who should be in a conversation, but her D is just so much lower. Her potential D is so much lower than
her teammates.
She's steadier. But the problem, like, the federations now have to switch from thinking about who makes a good teammate to who is a best individual, and I think that's Escalera.
Yeah.
So here's the Hungarian situation.
Yes, tell me, please.
So the Hungarians got one person in the all-around. They got the vault person, Zoya, and I'm not going to say her family name because I can't.
Okay.
Is the person who was screwed yesterday.
Yes.
So here's her problem. The Hungarians have one more non-nominative spot. That will go to Kovacs if she can do a bars or beam, or hopefully both by the Olympics. It'll be hard because it's an ACL. And I think if Kovacs isn't in shape by the Olympics, then Zoya will get it. But if they can put Kovacs in at all, they will, because she's just so much better than everybody else.
Yeah, she should be.
Because she is a potential Olympic beam or bars finalist, even if she can't get her all around back.
And if she's all around at her best, she could challenge for a medal.
Her if she put up her European qualifications all around in the World's all around final this year, she would have been in fourth.
Oh, darn the luck, dude. She is one of the most unluckiest.
But she had an ACL a week ago. And that's a really, like, if she had to qualify herself, she would not be going to Paris. But the Hungarians could basically name their team right before the Olympics. So she has probably like a chance at getting there. But so that's the Hungarian story is we're watching Kovacs's recovery. The Germans are going to fight between Ellie Seitz and Helen Kevrich. Molewski is going to be in that German Olympic trial, but she's not going to win it. Marlene Gothard is going to be in that Olympic trial, and she'll be in the conversation for the coming quad, but she's not going to win that. It's going to be either Seitz or Kevrich. And I think that probably depends on how high Kevrick's senior bars D looks like in a couple of
That's gonna
months.
be a
And
massive D.
we might know that fairly soon because
Really?
the German domestic league is called the DTL, or
Oh
the
yeah,
Deutsches Turnleague.
we watched it.
Turn
We
League.
watched it before.
Yeah, and they do 4 regular meets a year and then a final. And traditional their third and fourth matches will be in the next month and a half. And then their
Cool.
final will be in December.
Oh, cool.
And I wonder if we'll see Kevrick's senior routines at those meets, because she's got to start rolling them out, and
You
she
are
turns
giddy with
senior on
excitement.
January 1st.
You are
What?
giddy with excitement about this.
I am. I think
I can tell, Catherine. I can tell. You are so excited about that woman turning senior.
I do not fall in love with juniors.
We
I
don't, by
and I fell in
rule.
love with this junior.
We did. No, I'm
Uh,
here for it. I think she's exceptionally talented. I really do. I really do.
I mean, I'm also super excited about the Japanese juniors, but the Japanese juniors have a tendency to burn out.
And we've seen them.
And
But
they're
homegirl with the deaf
all
though, and the little dancer,
and they're
you
all
know,
injured though.
they're all injured.
They're all injured.
all injured. They
Like,
are.
why was homegirl throwing a deaf as a junior?
I don't know, but it looks awesome.
Like,
And
I love a deaf.
I
I'm a
know you
sucker for a
do.
deaf. But
We are.
why
suckers
the
for
hell was she throwing a deaf as a junior?
I don't know, but who's the little dancer? Is that her?
I don't remember. I mean, one of them has an ACL.
Yeah, I think it is a little dancer.
So, like,
Oh, darn the luck.
so we don't know what Japanese juniors are going to show up, but
we're going to be alive.
I think Everett's going to show up.
Or active. Yeah, no, you're right. Man.
But so there's a really exciting Argentinian 2024 new senior. I don't think she's going to make it to the Olympics just because she's going to have to do it through the World Cups, and that's going to be a hard road. Maybe Beam is where she could get it, but the Argentines would have to send her to all those World Cups, which we've established is expensive.
Okay, as fuck.
But she's going to be interesting for the LA Quad too.
Yeah.
I think we have some interesting new gymnasts coming up in the LA Quad.
And we forget, like, LA is not that far away. It sounds far, but really, what is 4 years? Not that long, girl.
And we're back to having a real quad.
A real quad, yeah. You know,
so all of the veterans can take the 2025 off and get all their surgeries done and recover in time. And there's not this like short. I think the injuries this like right before Worlds this year is the short quad.
I do too. Because you're trying to peak for this and peak for the Olympics next year, and it's not feasible.
And they didn't have
years.
enough time. Like,
here we go.
The reason Ellie Seitz could take the year off to have surgery and recover and be feeling better about her body than she has in years is because they qualified last year and she didn't have to worry about this year.
Yeah, Catherine,
everyone
here
else
we
had
go.
to like frantically upgrade.
Here we go. I'm excited.
Since we still haven't been talking yet, I'll give you my take on the British.
Yes.
I think they thought that they had a chance at a gold medal with the team and they pushed too many upgrades too soon. Or too fast.
It was Icarus.
So that's my feeling about the British. And like the vault is where it was obvious.
Yeah.
But it was more than just vault.
It was across the board.
They pushed too far.
Icarus.
Fast.
It was Icarus. Too close to the sun, homegirl. You know what I mean? Mamas.
And now their last hope for a medal for WAG side is Alice Kinsella. And like Jake Jarman and Harry Hepworth on the MAG side, I would have predicted Max Whitlock would get them a medal on pommel horse, but that didn't happen because pommel horse is going to be pommel horse.
Yeah.
But I hope Jake manages the medal because I don't want the entire British program to walk away with nothing.
And you know what? Becky Downey, make your case for yourself, girl.
Georgia May Fenton certainly did not make a case for herself at this Worlds.
Not at all. At the gig, Georgia May.
I think leaving Becky off was
Foolish.
No, I mean, she
Catherine, it was
did not have
foolish.
No.
It was foolish.
Her Worlds trials was a disaster, and even she knows it.
Do you think the FIG will offer Paris a berth to Soja? It's a fair thing to do.
No, they don't. They don't have that power.
They don't?
They don't have that power.
What?
The FIG can't control Olympic berths. They just have the ones they have to give. Oh. And the Hungarians are not going to fight for it because they got what they wanted out of it. No one's going to intervene. The FIG cannot create Olympic berths out of thin air. And the Hungarians are still getting 3 Hungarians at the Olympics. I mean, I think that if Kovacs is not in shape to go to the Olympics, Soja will. And if Kovacs is in shape to go to the Olympics, she will be their alternate. And that's the sort of brutal reality of it.
So this is a by name nomination, not a nominative?
So
currently?
The last Hungarian spot is one the Federation gets to decide.
So nominative.
Nominative means name.
Oh, non-nominative. My bad.
Like, she was totally screwed.
Yeah.
But no one's going to intervene. Because the Hungarian Federation is not going to push it. They're not going to let her push it because letting her push it would mean screwing their other gymnast.
No.
And the FIG just can't make Olympic spots out of thin air.
They would love to. Can't.
Yeah. No one's going to sue. The Hungarian Federation is not going to let her sue. It was a trade for Hungarians, so it's not really in their interest to sue. She was totally screwed. I'm not downplaying that. I'm just saying nothing's going to happen.
Yeah.
Maybe FIG fires the person who managed that start list.
Listen, we love having you here. We love everybody, but you gotta go. You fucked up. That made us look bad. You gotta go. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
pink slip.
Like the fact that that was pretty basic. The fact that the U.S. had to threaten
in Belgium
to go to the Court of Arbitration of Sport.
Artistic Gymnastics World Championships of 2023.
Yeah, so Leanne Wong had to. The USAG went to bat for Leanne Wong, by the way. So
yes,
let's say that too. Like USAG threatened people. They were right to threaten people. But this was just a really badly mismanaged thing. And yes. I don't understand how that happened.
Yes. I'm going to head off. We're going to head off, y'all. Let all you take over. See you in the chat.
I'll be in the chat.
Love you guys. Bye.
2 gold. People's Republic of China have also won 2 gold medals. Japan have won 2 gold medals. Brazil, Ireland and Israel, the other nations that have won golds. 13 nations in all appearing on the podium, including a historic first ever appearance for an African nation as Algeria, through Kaylia Nemour, took a silver medal yesterday. This is what we have coming up on the last day in Antwerp. The men's vault final, the women's balance beam, the men's parallel bars, the women's floor exercise and the men's horizontal bar. Just coming up to 2 p.m. on this Sunday afternoon in Antwerp, and the crowd is gathering in the arena to enjoy the opportunity to see world champions from years gone by, to see Olympic champions, and to see all of their favourites contesting these last 5 apparatus titles at the World Championships. One of the aforementioned Olympic champions will later on see Sanne Wevers taking to the balance beam. We're going to see the United States of America pursue more gold medals. Simone Biles, the top performer in the qualification phase for the balance beam final. Already 3 times a world champion on the beam. Twice an Olympic medalist as well. Zhou Jiaqin of the People's Republic of China, a gymnast who qualified extremely well for the balance beam competition. We'll see her in action there, and we'll also see her in the floor final, and we'll see her in the floor final too, of course, because she performed in the qualification phase excellently, and when it came to later finals, even more strongly on floor. Simone Biles will be in pursuit of yet another World Championship title. Men's vault and parallel bars also will be contested. And we'll finish all of our coverage with the men's horizontal bar final. Zhang Qingying, the 3rd best in qualification for the balance beam competition, the reigning Asian champion. And we look out over the city of Antwerp for the last time at these World Championships. The 2nd day of apparatus finals about to begin at the 2023 Artistic Gymnastics World Championships. A city with its beautiful and famous cathedral, hugely busy and modern port. The train station, actually one of the most famous sights in Antwerp. It sounds strange, but believe me, you've got to see it to believe it. It's a beautiful, beautiful edifice. The whole city doing a wonderful job of hosting these World Championships. Welcome one and all to the city of Antwerp on this Sunday afternoon, and what is very sadly the last day of competition at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics. The 2nd day of apparatus finals is about to begin. We have 5 more World Championship titles to be decided. Who will head to the Olympic Games in Paris as the top performer on their apparatus? The team and all-around competitions concluded a couple of days ago, and now it is the turn of specialist gymnastics across the men's vault, women's balance beam, men's parallel bars, women's floor exercise, and men's horizontal bar. The gymnasts making their way from the Lotte Arena, the training facility, through the covered area to the Antwerp Sport Palace as artistic gymnastics returns to Antwerp. The World Championships were here in 2013, but they were also here in 1903, the very first ever World Championships of artistic gymnastics. It was just a 4-nation competition then, only for men. The gymnastics world has transformed since then to now having over 400 male and female gymnasts from across the world. And a huge moment yesterday as for the first time ever a gymnast representing an African nation made it onto the podium at the World Championships. The men's vault final will be the first to come your way over the next several hours of competition. Thank you very much for joining. It's a great pleasure to have your company wherever in the world you call home, whoever you're supporting, and however much of the World Championships you've seen so far. My name's Ollie Hogben, and I'll be talking you through all of the finals today. And what a super field we have, including that gentleman. Some surprises as well. And we're going to have this most intriguing meeting of the quality of execution, and I'll just stop talking because that's more entertaining. As I was saying, the meeting of Artur Davtyan and Jake Jarman, which is a rematch of the European Championship vault final earlier this year, where Artur Davtyan just about was victorious over the British gymnast. The challenge, as I'm sure many of you know, when it comes to beating Artur Davtyan in a vault final, is the delightful quality of his execution. There are gymnasts with comparable levels of difficulty, and there's even a gymnast, and that is Jarman, with a higher level of difficulty. However, trying to match the clarity of the Armenian, well, that's a different story entirely. It's time to begin then the last day of apparatus finals. Welcome one and all to Antwerp in Belgium and the Sport Palace. The men's vault competition will be the first. A 120 years after the inaugural World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics took place in this city, it returns here. The first men's vault competition took place in 1934, and the first 3 of the titles actually were won by gymnasts from Switzerland. And there was a real spell of Japanese domination in the 60s through to the 70s, as was the case really in all areas of men's gymnastics. In recent years it's been much more spread around. Koi Young of the United States of America will be first to go in this vault final. What a super gymnast he is.
Also from the United States of America,
a medalist in the team competition and a pommel horse medalist. His teammate Paul Judah, who won that bronze medal with the rest of the USA squad.
Representing Bulgaria,
5th best in qualification, 1 place above Koi Young. Bulgaria's Kevin Penev, the 9th best performer in qualification, actually born in the United States of America. And Jake Jarman from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the 8th best performer in qualification.
Also for Great Britain,
he has been a European champion on vault, won the silver medal this year. Harry Hepworth, his teammate, the 4th best in qualification, a World Cup medalist on vault and a medalist at the National Championships. The reigning and defending champion of the world, Armenia's Artur Davtyan. Is it going to be King Artur's court once again on vault in Antwerp? Igor Radivillov of Ukraine, one of the veteran vaulters of the world, a bronze medalist at the Olympic Games in London in 2012, and on 4 occasions a World Championship vault medalist. His teammate Nazar Chepurny, the 3rd best in qualification, 1 place below Igor Radivillov, and a silver medalist at the Youth Olympic Games. Chepurny has just recently won the World Universities title on vault. So there they are, your 8 contenders.
Warm-up for the first 4 gymnasts starts now.
The warm-ups are about to begin. These are the contenders for the men's vault title at the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships, with the top performer in qualification, unsurprisingly, being Artur Davtyan of Armenia. He was so consistent. He scored 15.033 for each vault, and as I'm sure many of you know, the vaults are averaged, so the gymnasts will perform too. They have to be from different vault groups or families. And we'll look at the vaults in more detail as we go through the competition today. United States of America represented by Coy Young and Paul Judah. Paul Judah, the vault champion at university level domestically last year. Very competitive field. Difficulty-wise, the gentleman you just saw, he's standing behind Bulgaria's Kevin Penev, has the strongest. Kevin Penev is one of the few gymnasts in this field to have vaults of a 5.2 difficulty, and he is indeed the only one who has a 5.2 for both vaults. The other gymnast, the first reserve, Odris Ninreyes of the Dominican Republic, very fine vaulter, he had a 5.2 and a 5.6. Penev has done really well with the clarity of his vaulting. Despite his lower difficulty, he performs them ever so tidily. Coy Young, a gymnast in possession of 5.6 and a rather rare 5.4 difficulty vault, if we see what we saw in qualification from him. From Paul Judah, our anticipation is for 5.6 and a 5.2. And as mentioned earlier, Jake Jarman, who will be the last to go in the group, 6.0 and 5.6. Then we go to the second half, and that's Harry Hepworth and Artur Davtyan and Igor Radivillov and Nazar Chepurny, who all have the same numbers to produce, 5.6 volts. Very pleasant competition it's been for that gentleman. All of this is to be confirmed, but if it is confirmed as we expect it to be, then Kevin Penev, for his vaulting performance, has attained a spot at the Olympiad in Paris. Very complicated, to say the least, qualification process for the Olympic Games because of the different sorts of gymnasts that we have here, those that are all-rounders, those that are part of major national teams that have a full complement at the Games, and those who are trying to qualify through the apparatus specialist route, I should say. And they also will feature in the World Cup events next year. All of the gymnasts that get to the Olympic Games can do what they like once they're there. They can perform on any apparatus, regardless of the one they qualified on. The USA not worried about that because they secured a full team space.
So when the judges are ready, you'll see the green light appear on the scoreboard at the end of the vault run-up and around the arena. Meanwhile, the little box at the top of the vault run-up there, you can see it says Fujitsu on it at the moment. that will indicate the vault number.
Just
in
20,
smaller font,
this
and the
debutant
vault
at the World
difficulty
Championships
value.
from
So that will
Maryland.
give you a good idea. The difficulty value is really the tariff of the vault.
Very
So
good
the
season
marks
domestically. It's
out of
lovely when that
10
translates to
marks taken off
international
or
level.
body shape, landing errors,
You get a
etc.
sense when
And
you
then the
watch
difficulty value or tariff is
the men
added
from the
to
United
it.
States
So,
of America
higher
that there
that
is
P
a
value,
confidence
the better the chance of getting
about their
a good
gymnastics
score,
that,
but only
well, firstly,
if they
is
perform it well.
justified, very well justified, but also that carries them through competitions on the crest of a wave.
Gymnasts, your warm-up time is over. Time to rock and roll here on the field of play. We're just waiting for the green lights on the screen behind the landing area. And there it is, the green light.
Koi Young from the United States of America, the 6th best in qualification, already a medalist on 2 occasions at these championships. His first vault in qualification, 14.8. Yes, that's very nice, very nice. Handspring front 2.5 twists. Good beginning from Koi Young.
Koi Young from the United States of America with a super first vault. That was the handspring
He
2.5
had
from somersault in the straight
a
shape. You can see there
0.1
DV,
penalty
the
in the
value is
qualification
5.6.
phase.
So in effect, it's marked out of 15.6.
His execution was
marked out of
9.3.
10 for execution and that DV score added to it. You can see on the big screen now the replay, all happened so quickly. Handspring 2.5 twists.
Form in the
straight
air
shape,
is
so a forward entry.
Pretty strong. The landing is better
Look at that
judged than it was
determination,
in the
powering
preliminary
down the
round.
25-metre vault run-up.
So
Hands
one might be
placed
optimistic
forwards
for
on the vault, blocks
Koi
into the
Young here.
somersault, wraps into 2.5 twists.
it'll be interesting to see if he can keep the execution of the
No
second
additional
vault
steps on
as strong,
landing.
because that was marginally
Snaps the
lower
heels together.
in the
A
preliminary
great
stage.
job, and we'll just wait for the score to come out. A couple of different camera angles here, so you can really see the elevation they get above the vaulting platform, which is 1 metre 35 high, 10 centimetres higher than in the women's event.
15.033, extremely well done. 9.433 for execution, no penalty tenths on this occasion, so he gains just over 0.2 of a mark from the qualification stage. That set him up really well. Now this second vault, not as difficult.
And here's his second vault for the United States, Koi Young.
It's a 5.4. We don't see many of those actually at international level, or indeed any level. Oh, excellently done. Round off half on. Front layout with a double twist. It's an unusual vault and it's a lovely one. Koi Young. Every time we see him, he just impresses so much.
And the stars and stripes of the United States flying high in the arena. The smile said it all. Laying down
4
the
medals
gauntlet
won at the US
in this
Classic, a
vault
domestic
final.
competition that's very popular with gymnastics fans earlier this year.
5.4 the difficulty. The
He's
round off
drifting a
half
little.
turn on.
The foot's
And those
in
twists,
contact with the
and he
line.
just smiled. He knew he'd done a good job. Had
He's
such a brilliant championship.
keeping it pretty
The American
tight.
team going so well, taking bronze, and
Terrific.
And here's another athlete of the United States of America, Paul Judah.
Paul Judah from the United States of America. The collegiate vaulting champion in his home country last year. 5th best in qualifying. This is most difficult of the 2 vaults by 4/10. Yurchenko double pike, he was a little under in the landing, so slightly bent over with a step out of bounds, but it is still very good. The young man who represents the University of Michigan Wolverines.
Paul Judah with his first vault.
Difficult to get the acuteness of pike position and then still unwrap the body and land it.
Backward rotation onto the vault, the backflip, 2.5 rotations off the top in the pike position, just a step to the side. A slight penalty, you'll see that up here on the score at the end, the deviation on landing, but super height there off the top of the platform. Paul Judah qualified with a 5th highest score, an average of 14.666.
It's a very
22,
deserved moment for Paul Judah, having some time in the spotlight, particularly after an appalling injury that he suffered last year at the US Classic.
Very powerful competitor.
Spent the best part of a year away from competition. But he was the gymnast who secured an extra place for the United States of America at the Tokyo Olympic Games. As he scores 14.6, down by 2.5 from qualifying or thereabouts. And he said he was honoured to win that extra spot for the USA ahead of Tokyo, even though he knew he probably wouldn't be the one to take it up. Well, he's now made a very good case for himself to be a top selection for the national team. It is great to have him back. This is the second vault, 5.2 difficulty. A little adjustment on the landing, the Kasamatsu 1.5 vault. But it's a good performance from Paul Judah, and it has been a stellar championships for the United States of America's men.
Well, the American team have been so
And they all know in the USA that this is a squad of great capacity coming through.
big year in the build-up to the Paris Olympics next summer.
And it's now managing that squad well over the next several months, getting them absolutely competition ready for the Olympiad. That fine balance when you've got young athletes between them being pushed and them actually not pushing themselves too hard or being pushed too hard.
2.5 twists off the top of the vault, the half turn on, just a little
He's done
hop,
well.
but a very central landing. No 0.1 deduction in terms of landing on this vault. Acceleration on the approach, converted into vertical lift.
The Driggs vault,
Held the body
named
shape
after
in the
Abel
air.
Driggs
You
of
see
Cuba.
the feet locked together.
more commonly known as the Kasamatsu 1.5.
Spatial awareness of these gymnasts so developed through hours and hours of training.
Hey, love you guys.
Impressive work from Paul Judah.
Love you all from home.
14.5 for the second vault. That leads to a 14.55 average, down by only about 1/10 from qualifying. He sits second and he sits next to the man who leads, Koi Young. To a gymnast whose principal goal has been accomplished.
And here is finalist number 3.
Eyes on the vaulting table, but beyond that, eyes on Paris. Bulgaria's Kevin Penev, born in New York, a graduate of the University of Michigan, the same institution as the gentleman we've just seen vaulting, Paul Judah, economics major. And he does get quite a bit of amplitude in terms of distance away from the table with his Kasamatsu 1.5. Kevin Penev, scored 14.333 in qualification. It'll be interesting to look at the takeoff again and the form in flight.
Looking at that vault again.
Does keep himself quite centrally established.
Due to the 2.5 twist off the top. Dynamic in the approach, the half turn on into the backward somersault, wrapping into the twist.
Is it as tidy?
5.2 difficulty value.
That will be interesting to consider.
He's 23 years of age, and his mother represented Bulgaria as an artistic gymnast, Yulia Ristova.
Amazing to see his performance here, because
an international elite gymnast.
We've seen him a little at international level for Bulgaria in floor competitions, but he never actually attempted to qualify for a vault final at international level before coming to these championships. Not had much time to do it, to be fair, but it's a great accomplishment. 14.166. I did wonder about the crispness of the execution, and it is a lower execution score than what we've seen thus far.
We are ready for the second vault of Kevin Penev.
Now his second vault is due to be the evolution of the double twisting Yurchenko, with the extra addition made by Kyle Schufelt. The turn of the body so that the gymnast faces away from the table. Adds some difficulty, and it's well performed by Kevin Penev. His Schufelt vault. Yurchenko 2.5.
And another strong performance for his second vault. Haven't seen this vault yet. The round off backflip on Yurchenko, 2.5 twist. Just that hop on landing.
Does hop out of bounds, no question.
5.2 difficulty value for that score, so slightly lower than the 5.6s you saw in the first American gymnast, but very well executed. Nice form in the air, composed in the wrap, lots of flight, just a little deviation on landing. Graduate of the University of Michigan in economics. So very bright and clever gymnast, as well as being talented in his sport. Giving you a wave.
Thank you.
14.2 for Kevin Penev. It's a 14.183 average score. 3/10 of penalty deductions. And so that has him in third position, with Koi Young still leading. We have one more to go until the halfway stage. This is going to be very interesting. We'll learn a lot from this first vault.
Next athletes, representing Great Britain, Jake Jarman.
Now this has a huge difficulty score. 6.0, and he has performed it extremely well so far. And he's done it very well again. That's an enormous performance from Jake Jarman of Great Britain. Really such high quality. He landed it probably better in the all-around competition, but I mean, it really was virtually impossible to match that. He's got a small adjustment forwards.
Absolutely nails the landing. Twists so quickly. Jake trains at the Huntington Gymnastics Club.
Such a difficult vault. The Kasamatsu with 2.5 twists. There's the extra rotation of the body. The Yonagura vault.
Part of the British team who were fourth in the team event here. 13th all around.
It's incredibly hard to get the body around like that. His power, incredible. Yes.
To watch.
Absolutely, and that's a lovely thing to see, isn't it, by the gymnasts who are leading the way, to be ultimately watching it as fans of the sport, as we are all watching it.
Om te zien hoe ze allemaal voor elkaar applaudisseren. Die gymnasten.
Jake Jarman is the reigning Commonwealth Games champion on vault.
Heerlijk is dat.
He was the European champion last year, won silver
We wachten even op de eerste
this
score
year.
van Jake Jarman. Startwaarde.
Now, his qualification score was 14, but that's the one time when he had difficulties with it. It was up much higher, I was going to say, into the 15s.
15.4.
And he's done it again here, just like the team in the all-around competition. 15.4 for Jake Jarman. And suddenly, he has put himself in a position to be the favourite.
Second vault of Jake Jarman.
Now, the lower difficulty vault, believe it or not, the 5.6 difficulty. We anticipate the Dragulescu. Yes, that's very fine from Jake Jarman.
Nailing the second vault.
Great Britain yet to win a medal at these World Championships. They've only missed out on one World Championships of the last couple of decades. And Jarman might have put them into real contention there. Because with that 6.0 difficulty vault landed successfully, he's going to have some very hard numbers to surpass. Now his Dragulescu, in terms of the landing, has got a pronounced diagonal back step.
5.6 difficulty value.
But he gets a decent tuck position, rotates the body around out of that double tuck.
Pulling into the tuck to help the rotation and the half turn. Let's take a look at it slightly from the side. Up he goes, lifts well up above
Starts
the
off as the
vaulting
Roche
table.
vault, but then that
Tight in the tuck.
modification making it the
There's half turn,
Dragulescu.
looks to the floor. And just that little step on landing. And the smiles.
Brilliant performance from
You just
Jake
now have to
Jarman.
wait for the score.
No question that he's going to go into the lead. 15.05. Jake Jarman goes into the gold medal position. A 14.7 for his Dragulescu. He has executed that more tidily, so it's indicative of scoring potential that is extremely high as we go towards the Olympic Games. Now that's 15.05. If I tell you that Arthur Davtyan scored 15.033 in the qualification phase, Davtyan giving away 4/10 of difficulty. They've had some really enjoyable close contests
So
of
there
late,
you saw Niels,
and
just
we
how
might
the
well get another one
difficulty
now.
value is so important
However,
in
we've got
these vault
also
finals.
people like him in
But of
play,
course, as
Igor
we saw,
Redivilov,
and, sometimes it happens.
4 times
As
a
they
World
go through
Championship
these
medalist on
incredibly
vault, 2
difficult
silver, 2
vaults, it
bronze,
makes it hard to
an
land, but
Olympic
Jake
medalist
Jarman
in
has
London
really
in
set the bar
2012.
high there. He can now relax. He just has to wait and see if he can maintain
He's just
his lead.
a matter of
We have 4
a week and a half
more
away from his
world-class
31st
gymnasts
birthday,
to
is Igor
perform,
Redivilov.
including the reigning
Just
world
recently
and
turned
European champion
31,
on
Arthur
this
Davtyan,
apparatus. Arthur
Olympic bronze
Davtyan,
medalist in
who qualified
Tokyo and the
with a
reigning
score
champion of the world.
15.033. So you can see how
So
close
now for him,
that
the
could potentially
cleanliness is going to be essential to stick those 2 vaults, which he can do. At his finest, his Dragulescu has virtually no drop of the chest. He
And
lands
this
it
is where the
incredibly
vault
upright.
Specialists really come into their own. In the team event and in the all-around, they just do 1 vault, and that goes towards their total. Here they have to
We
do
just
2
remind
completely
ourselves,
different vaults,
as
so
we
the
look at
entry
Harry
has to be
Hepworth of
different.
Great
As
Britain,
you may
that
have noticed, it could be a handspring where they
we've had
come on
so
forward,
far
or a backflip, or a half turn.
one
So it's
gymnast with a
different group of
6 and a
vaults, which
5.6.
means a lot of
The other 3
versatility.
gymnasts
Even though it's over in a
at
matter of
a
seconds,
5.6 and a
they
5.4,
literally spend
a 5.6 and a
years
5.2, and a
years
5.2 and a
perfecting these
5.2.
vaults
We
to make
now
sure they
have
are performed
only
well and
gymnasts to
most
come who are
importantly,
posting
safely.
double 5.6.
The gymnast
So
just about
one
to warm
would
up here.
anticipate,
Is
famous last
Igor
words,
Redivilov.
a change
He's competed at
to the top three if these gymnasts produce what they are able to produce from an execution standpoint.
Always a favourite with the crowd.
It is a continuing narrative, and I apologise for that, but it's worth repeating that Harry Hepworth's progression as a gymnast since he turned to the senior ranks has been remarkable. The quality of his execution, the clarity of his decision making, and this has been something of a breakout performance for him. His debut World Championships. It's now about working his way into real medal contention. There's time to do it. He's only 19. From the suburbs of Leeds in the north of England. Was at one point as a junior and all-arounder. That is not his principal concern anymore. He was the under-18 British champion. And they will all be rather excitedly watching on from his former educational institution, Prince Henry Grammar School. Prince Henry's Grammar School even got the S in the wrong place there, sorry. Harry Hepworth of Great Britain, fourth best in qualification. 14.716. Oh, it's a good Dragulescu from Harry Hepworth.
Harry Hepworth representing
Powerful,
Great Britain.
good amplitude. Very enjoyable men's vault final.
The Dragulescu.
I think he just heads out. There's no real doubt about it from that angle.
The same vault as his teammate Jake Jarman. Harry making his World Championship debut here in Antwerp.
Slightly
But again, the occasion,
sideways a lean on the landing, hence that hop.
The youngster still just 19. He's made 3 finals, done incredibly well. Performed on floor and rings yesterday. Yeah, that forward entry of the handspring,
Really attacked the vault powerfully.
2.5 rotations, tight in the tuck. And that half turn. Harry qualified in 4th place, scored 14.716, the average from his 2 vaults.
14.466 in qualification. It's 14.533 here. So it is an improvement. Execution a little stronger. This second vault was significantly better in the preliminary round.
Second vault of Great Britain's Harry Hepworth.
He's also indicating the handspring front 2.5 twists. Ooh, jarred the landing. That didn't look the easiest of contacts with the mat for him. Nearly, very nearly.
By Dave Murray, his coach.
The vault created by Yo Hong Chul, silver medalist from the Republic of Korea at the Olympic Games in Atlanta in 1996.
That gymnast was Craig Richardson, and Craig Richardson is actually judging on the horizontal bar later on today. 5.6 the difficulty value, the handspring 2.5.
Say as well that one of the nice features of that vault is that Yo So Jong, who won the bronze medal in the women's competition, is the daughter of Yo Hong-chul.
Look at the height and the lift above the platform. These are world-class gymnasts. Absolutely incredible. Just landed a tiny bit on straight legs perhaps at the end. Congratulated by the coach.
The vault is known as the Yo 2. It was the second that he created, hence the Yo 2 distinction, which also hosted the gymnastics at London 2012. Well, it didn't really, but I thought it was worth a try. 14.333, the second vault. 14.433. He's in fourth position. Great promise. No question. Still, Jarman leads. Then Young, then Judah. Great Britain, USA, USA.
Is de atleet, de gymnast die zijn wereldtitel hier probeert te verlengen. De wereldkampioen uit Liverpool 2022.
Now it's the turn of the champion of the world from last year, Arthur Davtyan. 15.033 for both of his vaults in qualification. He was Mr. Consistent. He won the European title, narrowly beating Jake Jarman. He's got to be even stronger if he's going to do it here by a matter of a few hundredths. Well, that is so unexpected. There was an absolute gasp as he made his contact with the springboard. The angle was just not right.
31 years old, the reigning world and European champion. But let's take a look at that, the handspring.
Hand placement just didn't seem at all
and that half turn, that
as it was meant to be. So he goes more upwards than he goes outwards.
He drives the heels, gets lots of height. But just
compressed landing, quite piked, very piked.
Forward. A view from the front.
I'm sure you can see from there the hand placement on the table. He's really on the sloping part of it, more so than he normally is.
You can see the gymnasts.
They're just relieved all's okay.
As much as they all want to do incredibly well in their own right, they are supporting each other. It's a really lovely sense of camaraderie down on the competition floor.
This is the gymnast in Arthur Davtyan who not only won the World Championship title last year, but he won the World Cup title last year and this year. 13.966. In order to win the World Cup titles, you've got to be so consistent over several competitions. They're a different sort of occasion from the World Championships. So that's why it's so unusual to have seen that from Arthur Davtyan, a three-time Olympian. The second vault for last year's world champion, Armenia's Arthur Davtyan. That is much more indicative of the Arthur Davtyan we know and love gymnastically. Unfortunate that first vault, the second was divine. It does mean that Jake Jarman will certainly retain his place at the top of the leaderboard. Coy Young will also be feeling pretty secure in second.
And I'm sure that support that you gave him helped nail that landing. Pinpoint precision that time. 5.6 to difficulty. Wrapping into the twist, spotting the landing. Not a waver. Super work.
That's the sort of assured landing that we have seen on numerous occasions from the great Arthur Davtyan. And his form is lovely too. The heels are together. Body very straight as he embarks upon the twisting phase.
Deze man won het brons op de Olympische Spelen van 2012 in Londen. volgende atleet die we gaan zien. Eerste score van Davtjan. Afwachten.
Well, for the Yo2 vault, 15.133, it's a lovely score. 14.549, so that means that he goes just behind Paul Judah. When I say just, I mean just. 14.550, 14.549. Judah holding on to the bronze medal position. Great recovery though from Davtjan. Second highest scoring vault we've seen of the day after Yannick Gura from Jake Jarman. This is Igor Radivillov from Ukraine, Olympic bronze medalist, 4 times a World Championship medalist on vault, and twice a European champion. Second best in qualifying, 14.766. He's indicating the Dragulescu is his first vault. And he's performed it well, extremely well. Now, in qualification, his score for the first vault was 14.833.
Representing Ukraine. Years of age.
We will learn
3 times Olympian.
soon just how secure Koi Young can be feeling in second place when this opening score comes in.
Landing right in the centre of the landing area. High in the rotations, kicks out to land. Super work for his first vault. He qualified with the second highest score, achieving an average of 14.766. He has 2 silvers and 2 bronze at World Championship level on this apparatus, so he will be wanting to go on better this time round. He's actually capable of
Does get
doing
substantial
something
amplitude and a tight
triple
tuck
front.
position in the
He
body.
tried in Olympic Games, but it's been deemed almost too dangerous by the FIG, so he doesn't perform that anymore. But this Dragulescu was a very good first vault.
14.9. That is better by almost a tenth from qualification. Now it comes down to the crispness of the second vault. This was the less tidily performed in qualifying, not by much. He scored 14.7. He needs just to push that up a little by a single tenth, and that would put him into the silver medal position. Oh, that's a big landing adjustment. That might be a slight problem in terms of chasing down Koi Young, but his second vault, the Lu vault, was extremely skilled, and definitely with 1 to go, Igor Radivillov is going to be pushing up towards the top 3. Now, whether he can get to Koi Young or whether it will be Paul Judah who's displaced, we'll find out in a moment.
Igor from Mariupol. We're delighted that Ukraine doing so well in these championships. And the supporters are here. There, the Sukahara entry and double pike somersault. So 2.5 rotations, very difficult vault.
Named after
5.6 the tower.
Liu Yufu.
Just a step back to control that backward
Sukahara with
rotation.
2 rotations in the pike position. They're quite tight, the pikes. It's just the size of his back step
bringing it under control.
that is the issue.
And there,
It is very, very good.
lovely shot.
Lisa, he knows this venue. Was already here in 2013.
How lovely that we have him followed by the next generation of Ukrainian vaulters.
14.75.
Third place, 14.6 for the second vault. 14.75. He goes into the bronze medal position with 1 to go. So Jake Jarman guaranteed to win at least a silver medal. Koi Young will win at least the bronze. And we have just one performance to go. Nazar Chiponi, he scored in qualification 14.733. Radivillov is on 14.75. So a small improvement from Chiponi, and the second vault is where he's got room to do that. Would make a huge difference. Dragulescu, good, very good. That was his strongest in qualifying, 14.966. Youth Olympic Games mixed team champion and vault silver medalist in Buenos Aires.
The level is just unbelievable.
And he converted that, he's only 21 mind you, to really impressive senior success this year at the World University Games in China in Chengdu. He won his first big senior international vault title.
2.5 somersaults. He's 21
He's been
years
on the
age.
horizon.
Participated in the 2018
It's a little low as he
Summer
lands,
Youth
but the
Olympics where he
strength
won
of the body
silver
and the
on vault,
technique
and
to
at
pull
the
him back up is
2019
so
Junior
impressive.
Worlds, where
It's the
he won
difficulty
gold
with the
on handball,
Dragulescu, as I
silver
mentioned
team,
earlier,
and
of
bronze on floor.
how
Since
the
then,
chest
clearly
naturally
progressed
drops,
onto the
and I'm
senior
sure you can
circuit.
see as the gymnast puts in this
Competed at
turn
the
of the
Cairo
body,
World Cup where he won silver on vault behind-
coming out of the
behind Arturo Dabtian.
tuck position,
And,
there's a
August
natural
he
drop of the
competed at
chest,
World
which is
University
hard
Games
to
where he won
combat.
gold on vault. But this is his debut at a World Championships, and we wait for his score to come in.
Seems like we have a score. Yes, indeed.
14.833.
14.833 for Nazar Chiponi.
He was a finalist in 2021 at the World Championships. He's in contention for a place on the podium, but it needs to be
De jongste van de twee, ook
an
bijna
improvement
10 jaar jonger dan,
from qualification with this vault. Now we expect him to perform the double twisting Kasamatsu vault, so that is what we saw from Paul Judah and Kevin Penhev, but with the extra half twist of the body. Very good. Now they look to be a step out of bounds, and this is going to keep us guessing right until the score comes in. Nazar Chiponi.
Let's hear it from Nazar Chiponi, representing
It's going to be
Ukraine.
close with Igor Radivillov. Very close. And if Koi Young manages to hold on to take the silver medal, he's done that with a 5.4 difficulty vault, which says a lot about the quality of his execution. There's definitely a single penalty 10th for Nazar Chiponi.
Needs an average over 14.
This is the Lopez, the double twisting Kasamatsu vault. He gets it round.
Off the podium position. Koi Young currently standing in that silver medal position with 14.849, and Jake Jarman holding on to the lead at the moment. Beautiful flight, nice straight shape.
Such a powerful
the
vaulter.
upfront from the landing, bringing it under control. Before we get the results, should we give all of our finalists a huge cheer, Antwerp?
And we have a score. We have a score.
Oh, he's just done it! Nazar Chiponi, 14.766. A 14.7 for the second vault. He made the improvements he needed, and he has just won the bronze medal at the World Championships. He has just won the silver medal. Koi Young, another medal for him. 3 of these championships.
Silver for the United States. Koi Young and Ukraine.
Very special moment for young Nazar Chiponi, taking the bronze medal. There is your world champion on vault, Great Britain's Jake Jarman. From the moment that he landed the Yonikura, that 6.0 difficulty vault, you had the feeling that this had propelled him as a front runner. Koi Young winning second place and a silver medal to boot. Well done to Paul Judah, finishing 5th.
And this is the bronze medal
Nazar
winner,
Cheperny
close-up shots of
just ahead of his own teammate Igor Radivilov.
Gymnasts, please march out.
Very, very high quality, that final. And Jake Jarman, with that display, means he will go to the Olympic Games in Paris as the reigning champion of the world on vault. And it looks as though the clarity of his vaulting is getting better and better. The classified results in the men's vault competition: bronze to Nazar Cheperny of Ukraine, silver to the USA's Koi Young, and the gold medal won by Jake Jarman of Great Britain. Let's have a look back at how the medals were won. From the vault to the balance beam. The women's beam final about to begin at the World Championships in Antwerp.
For the women's balance beam final, presenting you the 8
Extraordinary this. We have an Olympic champion, a 3-time world champion, and the world champions from 2021 and 2017. Ashikawa Urara of Japan, the world champion from her home competition in Kitakyushu 2 years ago. Harlina Schaefer-Betz of Germany, the world champion from Montreal in 2017. She was the 4th best in qualification, 4 places higher than Ashikawa. Zhang Qingying of the People's Republic of China, the 3rd best in qualification and the reigning Asian champion on beam. Simone Biles of the United States of America, 3 times a world champion on beam and unsurprisingly the top performer in qualification. Zhou Yaqin of the People's Republic of China, the 2nd best performer in qualification, very close to Simone Biles. Sanne Wevers of the Netherlands, the Olympic champion from Rio in 2016.
Representing the United States of America, Shilese Jones.
Shilese Jones of the United States of America, the 6th best in qualification, already 2 times a champion of the world in team competition. Rebeca Andrade of Brazil, the all-around world champion from last year, the silver medalist from this year's competition, and the silver medalist with the Brazilian team. Great crowd gathered here in Antwerp to enjoy all of the action on the last day of competition at the World Championships. That lovely moment when people see themselves on the big screen. Who do you see winning the World Championship title? Of course, the top qualifier, the favourite Simone Biles, whose consistency on this apparatus at international level is almost ridiculous. You wouldn't be able to get away with crafting it as a narrative. It would seem unfeasible for somebody to be as solid and spectacular at the same time as she is. And you'll see why in just a moment if you're quite new to watching gymnastics and you've heard all of the talk about this remarkable championships and you're now tuning in for the first time. You're in for a treat with this beam final. We start with Ashikawa Urara, the world champion from 2021. Simone Biles, twice a bronze medalist at the Olympiad on beam, 4 times an Olympic champion in other areas, and 3 times the world champion. Paulina Schaefer-Betz, the world champion in 2017. She won a silver medal in Kitakyushu in 2021 and completed a full set of colours because she was the bronze medalist in 2015.
Whilst in the team and the all-around competitions, all of the other apparatus will have been going on in the background and they've had to block out all of that noise. This is a slightly different challenge.
And in this group
One up
of
and
the
silence.
top,
So,
or the first 4 I should say, we've also got the Asian champion, 16-year-old Zhang Qingying.
environment and applying themselves to the job at hand. Highest score in qualification.
One thing to watch with Zhang is the tidiness of her leaps and her jumps. They really are just marvellous. Simone Biles, the gymnast who finds so much wonderful difficulty on this apparatus and has what is consistently one of the most remarkably steady acrobatic series that you'll ever witness on a balance beam.
And we wish them all the very best.
The warm-up time is over, and we start with an athlete from Japan. The balance beam final of the World Championship.
We're set up for a very engaging balance beam final. What a nice way to begin as well with this excellent gymnast from Japan, Ashikawa Urara, from Fuji in Shizuoka, right by the mountain of the same name. And she mounts with a round-off back handspring with security. World champion in Kitakyushu in 2021. Nicely performed. Side aerial into the back layout. Switch leap into a ring jump. Holds the landing position of the side somersault. Very difficult, rapid turning. She's got an extraordinarily well-performed dismount at her best. And it was performed well again there. A triple twist. Ashikawa Urara of Japan. Now, she was the 8th best in qualification, her score 14 exactly.
And a super performance there from Urara Ashikawa of Japan.
It's a very
Opened
good
this
start.
final, 20 years of age,
in this
represented
beam
Japan
final.
at the Summer Olympic Games in Tokyo, where she placed 6th on balance beam. She's the 2021 world champion on this apparatus and took a silver medal at the Cottbus
We
World
look back
Cup
at this
year.
performance from the 20-year-old.
Have a look at her in action again.
Round off
Back
back
flip onto the
handspring to
end of
mount.
the
Did well with the
apparatus
feet
from the
perhaps being
round-off
slightly
entry.
out of position.
Very polished performance from her,
I
composed.
don't think we'll
in
ever
the
forget that
choreography.
extraordinary
There's the
save
free
she
cartwheel,
made in
aerial
qualification.
cartwheel directly linked into the layout somersault.
That was in the 2021 World Championships.
Head right
Really
back
gets a flick
in
up of the
that
back
slick
leg. Always
ring
watch
jump.
for that in ring leaps or
That's
ring
what
jumps.
The judges are looking for. Want to take
Gets
vision
the
off the
back
beam, which
leg
makes it very difficult.
Right up. And the head should flick back as well.
Beautiful movements right the way through to her hands, which are very expressive. See the toe point.
She sets
has moved
herself
into
for
the
this
dismount. The round off at the
imposing
end, wrapping into the triple twist.
triple twisting dismount.
Cleanly
She
through,
rotates it
and a very
so
solid
well.
performance
It's
from her.
difficult often when gymnasts do the triple twisting dismount from beam to get the body fully round, and you tend not to doubt it with her.
Een voormalige wereldkampioen.
14.066, that's an improvement from qualification, and she set the mark for the rest of them. It's actually exactly the same score as the gymnast who's performing next.
And now to Germany, Pauline Schäfer.
Pauline Schäfer-Betz from Germany. Fourth best in qualification with a score of 14.066, the number we've just seen from Ashikawa. Just a slight adjustment from the mount. And what's interesting is that she often does a switch leap to immediate switch leap, and there was a break in that. It looked as though she wasn't quite set for it, to combine those two elements. Back handspring layout. She was terrific in qualification. Oh! And I was about to say it will be so hard to match the clarity of that performance in this final. So high a standard did she set for herself in qualification. She is one of the most reliable members of the German team. She couldn't have given more for Germany's effort. There she performs her eponymous skill, the Schäfer side somersault with the half turn. Controls the walkover. Side aerial, good alignment. And a layout gainer somersault to conclude the routine from Pauline Schäfer-Betz. If you watch the qualification campaign, you will know that nobody out there showed more heart and fight to try to get a team spot at the Olympic Games than she did.
2016 and 2020 Olympic Games. She's the 2017 World Champion and 21
So we look back at the mount. Switch leap, and you can see, I'm sure, there's a little balance adjustment. If my memory serves me correctly, she did an immediate switch leap out of the switch leap mount in qualification, so there might be an impact on the difficulty.
Wearing a unitard. Gymnasts able to wear leotards or unitards. She opts for the unitard, and that was a shame, wasn't it? That was a split change to ring. I said earlier, the head has to go right back, which means they're unsighted, making it incredibly difficult, and you could see why. Here, that side somersault with half turn, that's her
There's
own
nothing like it, that, the Schäfer.
skill named after her. And
It's lovely to
beautifully
see it from
performed.
that sort of angle in a slow motion, because you see the incredible
The aerial
complexity of
cartwheels.
getting
She
the
recovered
half
very
turn
well indeed after the small
added to the
split
end of
on
that
the
side
leap,
somersault, and
finishing with that gainer straight
getting the body
somersault.
round to face
Again,
the other way.
unique work from her.
And then the layout gainer to dismount,
No
that
errors on landing.
counter rotation,
And,
and in many ways physically
waving goodbye to
counterintuitive
Antwerp, saying
dismount.
Thank you very
It's
much for your support.
so lovely to
and
watch.
I'm sure you enjoyed it.
Zo was er al bij in 2013.
26, and from Saarbrücken,
Hier in
by the
Antwerpen.
French border in Saarland.
En er zijn niet veel vrouwen die dat kunnen zeggen.
One of the idiosyncratic parts of Olympic Games history, when Saar competed as an independent nation at the 1952 Games with a very small team. It's one appearance as a member of the Olympic family before being part of Germany.
Pauline Schäfer-Betz. The second time already that she competes at the World Championships in Antwerp.
Already thinking about her legacy, she runs lots of gymnastics camps.
There it is, 12.8 for Paulina.
And her score is 12.8. Second place as things stand. It's a drop of
Paulina
well over a mark from
in
qualification for Paulina
2033.
Schaefer-Betz.
And now, the People's Republic of China.
The third
with
best performer in
Zhang
qualification, the reigning champion of Asia, Zhang Qingying. She's from Zhejiang, the eastern coastal province. Switch leap, then goes into the switch leap with the half turn and the Corbett flip. Lots going on from the mount onwards. Round off layout, lovely line. Well, I mentioned earlier that her leaps and jumps have been among the strongest features of her balance beam gymnastics of late in this short senior career. And that's that interesting skill that caused consternation in the qualification phase compared to the team final. It's the Yurchenko at the side on position, landing with body across the beam. It was actually given as a fall and resulted in a 1 mark deduction, not during the qualification campaign, but later on in these championships. But there's some very nice work. Good double pike to dismount. The Yurchenko there didn't look the most comfortable that we've seen her perform it. But this is a 16-year-old gymnast. I mean, let's just take a moment to recognise that we're looking here at the youngest competitor in the final in what is, by and large, an extremely experienced final. And it is for her a first time competing at World Championship level.
This is the mount. The split change.
So the switch leap, and
and
then she pretty rapidly moves into a switch leap with a half turn.
That's what the judges are looking for.
This is later on.
And here that very impressive round off straight
Round
somersault.
off into the layout.
Almost something you'd see on the floor rather than the beam. So confident, but this is just where that
Small
right foot slipped,
error of
wasn't it, on
placement.
landing. The head went back.
Nothing huge at all.
And, left foot was clean on.
And
but
then the
other
Yurchenko.
having the form. This was that backflip sideways on the beam. You don't often see that, and you were
It's a
clearly
really
impressed.
rare
Drawing
skill.
gasps of admiration from the crowd.
It's great to see it in
Linking
a
those
balance
jumps,
beam final
all
because it's so
important, part of the
unusual.
special requirement to put those gymnastic elements together, as well as the acrobatic elements into the routine.
And it was judged in the
Straddle jump
team
with the
final,
half
if my
turn.
memory serves me correctly. Not to universal agreement that
Building
She
from this round
wasn't in
round
control
up,
of it.
high up into the
Took a
somersault,
full mark
2
deduction.
rotations in the pike position, and just a little step back.
double pike, nicely managed.
On the scoreboard, 125, the length of the apparatus
Huge
is
potential.
within the 90-second time limit.
Zhang Qingying. Er is eigenlijk weinig over te vertellen en dat bedoelen we niet oneerbiedig, maar ze heeft letterlijk
It's only her
nooit
second
meegedaan
ever
aan een
international
wereldbeker. We hebben
competition.
haar nooit gezien op
Let's
een
bear that
WK.
in mind, shall we?
En ze staat hier kanshuis in de finale
Long way
aan de bal.
to go, an
Fantastisch
exciting journey ahead for Zhang Qingying. The fact that she's already managed to win 3 Asian titles on beam floor and with the Chinese team says a lot. And she was the all-around silver medalist too at those championships in Singapore earlier in the summer.
Nooit eerder gezien. En dan opeens staan ze daar. "16-year-old only, Zhang Qingying."
Ashikawa, the leader, on 14.066. And she's already going to see here the Japanese gymnast 2 higher qualifiers than her come in with lower scores. Suddenly she is very much a contender for a medal.
We will need you in a couple of minutes.
Just one more gymnast to come. in the first half, and it is Simone Biles.
First, we need the score of Zhang Qingying, the youngest competitor in this balance beam final.
Yeah, she's just 16 years of age. Gymnasts have to be 16 in the year of competition to be able to compete at a senior world event.
The only gymnast to win 3 World Championship titles on beam. And the top performer in qualification. And there is a little deliberation going on. A long wait for Zhang Qingying.
Zhang Qingying. IJzig kijkt ze voor zich uit. Wat is mijn score, denkt ze op dit moment.
Later on we'll see Zhou Yaqin,
She
her
was
teammate.
first being champion at the Asian Games, Asian Championship, should I say, this year, where she also won floor exercise.
And there's the score,
13.1. Zhang Qingying is exactly a mark down from qualification. She goes into the silver medal position. Ashikawa still leads, but for how much longer?
Next on balance beam, representing the United States of America, Simone Biles.
Simone Biles of the United States of America, the top performer in qualification, the only 3-time world champion ever on beam. Oh, it's just brilliant, isn't it? Switch leap to switch leap with a half turn to the back pike to begin. Incredible, the Mitchell triple wolf turn. Back handspring layout. Oh dear, oh dear. It's like the beam's as wide as a football pitch. Oh, come on now. That's just absurd, isn't it? How wonderful to see gymnastics perform at this level. It is a luxury, an utter luxury.
Another sensational.
And every one of those gymnasts knows it as well, because they are scholars of their sport, as are these fans, as are you, I'm sure, watching at home. And you know you've seen something that is for the ages when you watch her perform.
Never wavers under pressure, really seems to relish the big occasion. Let's have a look at that one more time.
I've said it on
Split
many
change onto the
occasions
end
that
of the beam.
you watch
Immediately into
Simone
split change with
Biles
half turn.
and you spend a lot of time just
And
throwing
the
your
back
hands up into
somersault.
the air and laughing hysterically because it's so good.
She makes the apparatus
Because
look
it is
so easy
almost
to perform on.
implausibly good,
There is the
unbelievably
element
good.
of low to the beam, part of the special requirement. And here,
Look at the horizontal
composed with
axis.
the
There's
triple spin,
no oscillation on the x-axis
the
in
big
those
acrobatic combination,
triple wolf turns, the
layout,
Mitchell.
layout.
And that's the back handspring
No hesitation.
layout.
And there, take a shot if you wish to.
And then as she dismounts, we get a
Super
couple of back
choreography.
handsprings. We
And
go into a
here-
full twisting double tuck.
Up into the dismount, the full twisting double tuck,
Incredible height.
incredible elevation.
And the landing
sees
is
the
so
floor,
well controlled. I think there might be a change to the
beautiful
leaderboard.
landing, 2 backflips,
Just
the
possibly.
entry into the dismount. Qualified with a score of 14.566 with a difficulty value of 633. And the
That
coach
feels
is
like an
thrilled.
appropriate reaction.
She flies over the balance beam like that butterfly that we had in the hall here just a couple of minutes ago. The story of
Let's
the
enjoy
goat
it
and the
again.
butterfly.
Yeah, she won a bronze medal on balance beam at the Tokyo Olympic Games. Took her 6th all-around title here, having won back in 2013.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you
In
take
qualification,
pictures, please switch off the flashlights of your
14.566.
smartphones. No flash photography, please. Schakelt u alstublieft de flitslichten van uw camera's uit.
Well, that's the end of that then. 14.8. Simone Biles to the top of the leaderboard by over 3/4 of a mark. It's even better than qualification. The difficulty score is up by 0.2. The execution is a fraction better. And she is already now extremely close to World Championship title number 4 on the balance beam.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's see.
It's going to be really interesting to now watch this next gymnast after warm-ups. One more time. Zhou Yaqin of the People's Republic of China, because she scored 14.5 in the preliminary round.
Oh, that's very good, sir.
Rebecca Andrade, score of 13.8,
Okay, keep it going, keep it
a
going.
possessor of one of the most useful beam routines of any leading all-around gymnast.
Very good, very good.
And Sanne Wevers of the Netherlands, out-and-out specialist on this apparatus.
That's a really nice rhythm. Keep it going, keep it going.
And one of
Hey!
those gymnasts who has demonstrated something extremely useful during her career, which is the ability to win the big competitions and almost regard the other ones
Yeah,
as being of little consequence.
you know what that means. Okay. Jullie hebben dat ook gedaan, dat kan niet anders. You guys have done that before. Look at that energy. Very good.
A
Come on,
gymnast
let's keep
whose
it going. Who's next?
career
If you see yourself on screen, it's Steph
trajectory
Tobago.
has been magnificent, whose
Gymnast, 30
development,
seconds remaining.
whose progress towards the very top echelons of the world has delighted so many fans of hers who've been waiting and hoping
Nog
to
een
see
paar
it happen
seconden
for so
en
long.
dan zien we de volgende 4 finalisten aan het werk. Simone Biles
She's
1.
such an interesting
Ashikawa uit Japan
individual as
met op de
well,
derde
Charlize
plaats
Jones.
voorlopig.
She's
De
so
Chinese
erudite.
Zhang.
She is fascinating to listen to in interviews. It's one of those people who expresses herself with such clarity and precision.
End of your warm-up time, gymnasts.
This is
We gaan
a
het
very high quality
opnieuw
gymnast on
een
beam.
lap opgeven op die balk. Finalist number 5 is from the People's Republic of China, Zhou Yaqin.
She has a very well-defined ring position when she's at her best. Maybe that leg not flicking up as strongly on that occasion as it has on others. Side somersault, tuck jump, full turn. So the side somersault, tuck jump with a full turn, and then more after it as well, which I don't think she did in qualification, but did in the team final. Nice walk over into a better looking ring position in the Corbett flip. She has got one of the best triple twists in terms of amplitude. Oh, that is sublime. What a lovely routine from Jo Yat-chin. These World Championships, her first ever overseas competition as a senior, just the second time she's competed in Europe after an event called the Olympic Hopes Cup in Slovenia in 2019.
Absolutely beautiful performance from her. Such extension.
That really is a gymnast with high quality form on the apparatus.
Have a look again.
Let's enjoy this once more. Starts with the candle mount.
Into the balance. Side mount onto the beam. And here, amplitude and lift in this leap, quite astonishing. Look at that.
Really
over 180
does
degrees of leg
make
separation.
that
The head
ring
right
position
back into the ring position.
come to life.
Super control.
And I think she has
Extended
even
all
got
way
the back
through to
leg
her
up
toes.
higher on other occasions. And there we go. That's a good demonstration.
Textbook performance. And here, that side somersault.
Now this was interesting. Side somersault,
Links
then
it
she goes
a very
into
unusual tuck jump
the
with
tuck
full
jump,
turn,
and there's a
sideways
full
onto the
turn
beam,
there,
and that follows
and
that
then
immediately
she
with
adds
a full
another jump
turn.
in afterwards.
Here, the free walkover floats in the air, really effortless into the Corbett flip there.
Famous
Again, with those
Corbett
elements
flip.
low to the beam, part of the special requirements. The beam, reminder, just 10 centimetres wide. And here, bringing the routine to a close with the
This
round off.
lovely triple
The
twisting
triple
work.
twisting back somersault. Super routine from a gymnast who scored 14.5 in qualification, had the second highest qualification score with a difficulty value of 6.4. And the relief, the pleasure of knowing you've done a good job.
This
there
is
you
going
can
to be
see
a
on her face and
strong
that of
scoring
her
affair
coaches.
from Jo Yat-chin of the People's
She will
Republic of
celebrate
China.
her 18th birthday next month. Zhao Yaqin.
Leading, and leading exceptionally, and looking like she's
Never
thoroughly
seen her
enjoying
at
being
any
back
World
on the
Cup
international
or
stage.
previous
She
World
says we are
Championships.
enjoying having her back on the international stage. Simone Biles.
One of the younger competitors here in this beam final.
Jo Yat-chin,
Yes, and that
9
her
years
ambition
younger
is to compete
than
at
Biles.
an Olympic Games. With that routine, she's doing
Simone
very
Biles
well.
will
on
remember
setting her
all too well the
targets,
feeling
for
of
next
making a
year, I
World
think,
Championship
Lisa,
debut
do you know any gymnast
in
whose
Antwerp,
ambition
which is what
is
she did
not
10
to
years ago.
compete at the Paris Olympic Games?
Yes, many, but many of these have already
doubt
become
the,
Olympians,
great
and this is
American
one of our
will
younger performers who
I've been
wish
thoroughly
all of them well, of
impressed
course.
with what she's seen from this
I'm
competitor
sure
of
we'll
hers.
see her again in the future. Name to look out for.
We have a score. We have a score.
Oh, she's almost got her. 14.7. And there is an extra
My God,
tenth
this
of
is
difficulty
exciting.
from qualification for Jo Yat-chin. Fabulous performance.
Wow.
Goes into the silver medal position. And onto the head from the pair of them.
And we're not finished yet.
We've got two out-and-out front runners now.
Next on
The quality we've still got to come.
Sanne Wevers.
Sanne Wevers of the Netherlands, 13.733 in qualification, a 32-year-old Olympic champion from Rio. And a World Championship medalist in 2015. This is her 7th time at the World Championships. Now that's interesting. Managing to combine at the start several elements. And she goes into her own skill. The double turn with a leg at horizontal. Side aerial into the back handspring. This is extremely impressive. And it's that ability to build difficulty through so many combined turns. Oh, it's excellent, it's excellent. The counter rotating piked gainer with the full twist to dismount. There was a lot more in that routine than we saw in qualification, particularly in the middle. That was something special from the 32-year-old. 5.3 difficulty score in the preliminary round. I think we can forget about that.
The first Dutch female gymnast to become an Olympic champion in an individual event. She's also the 2018 and
Two
2023
hugely
European
experienced
champion on the balance beam.
balance beam masters there.
Real specialist.
Let's look at this again from Sanevevers.
Such an elegant performer.
So she mounts with the round off back handspring.
Backflip onto the end of the beam for the mount.
And then the wolf jump with the full turn.
Linking the
And then
full
the
turning
one
jump
arm
with the
back
one-arm
handspring
backflip.
coming out of it. It's
All
brilliant.
of the elements have to be different to count. Here's the free or aerial walkover.
Front aerial.
Forward direction again, difficult because
Gets
you're unsighted.
lovely height. That's a wonderful illustration of the jump. Then this
Immediately into that
was
full
what was
twisting
added in. So
backflip.
front aerial into the split jump, and then the beautiful looking Kochetkova.
Sane now,
And I
32
don't believe
years
that
of
that was performed in qualification.
The aerial cartwheel into the backflip. Nice aerial view of the beam there. See how narrow it is. Just how precise our gymnasts have to be to control their movements. Sanevevers known for her spins, and here we see her working
it's
through
not
them, a
just
combination
the
of spins and how she built her
Turns, it's the
difficulty.
connecting of the
Double
turns.
spin. A double, a single, and a double. And here, just building into the dismount. Backward rotation from a forward motion. That's the gainer, full twisting back somersault. And a great landing.
The full twisting
An
gainer to
inquiry
conclude
has
her
been
routine.
submitted for the
She does it so well.
exercise of Zhao Yaqin of the People's Republic of China. Means that she does not agree with her difficulty score.
Now she'll do her usual thing and go through and
We'll have to wait
scrutinise
on the outcome of
the
that
elements and
inquiry.
get ready for the score to come in. We have got an inquiry in progress at the moment. Zhao Yaqin has challenged her difficulty score of 6.5.
In 2016, het moment dat zij door had dat ze die gouden
She
medaille
needs
had
an improvement of
gewonnen
0.2 for her difficulty in order to go ahead of Simone Biles. Though she is 1/10 behind, Biles will win the execution tiebreak if George rules level to 14.8. So it has to be quite a jump.
Ze is ook nog eens Europees kampioen geworden, heel wat andere titels gepakt nog. Maar dat was toch een hoogtepunt, misschien wel het hoogtepunt uit haar carrière, die gouden medaille.
Meanwhile,
En
the
de
waiting
score
begins.
for Zhao remains unchanged.
No change to Zhao Yaqin's score.
14.8
Inquiry
for Biles,
processed quite quickly.
14.7 for Zhao.
14.8 Biles, 14.7 Zhao, 40.066 Ashikawa.
And there comes the score, 14.1.
14.1 Sanevevers goes into the bronze medal position. She's gained 0.6 of difficulty from qualification,
Third highest
just ahead of Ashikawa Urara. It means that Simone Biles is guaranteed at least a bronze medal. Zhao Yaqin and Sanevevers still waiting.
To the United States. Here's the balance beam
Charlize
exercise.
Jones of the United States of America, the 6th best performer in qualification. It's such a big attack of the mount. Switch leap to the switch leap with the half turn. And then that incredible standing Arabian where she cannot see the beam. She senses the apparatus incredibly well. Back handspring, the layout onto 2 feet. Gymnast who absolutely deserves her share of headlines at the conclusion of these championships. Oh, and then not getting the rotation right, coming out of the double pike. After 2 back handsprings, nearly from Charlize Jones of the United States of America, but nothing changes in terms of the quality of performances we've seen from her at all-around level and in the team competition.
Such a beautiful gymnast to watch, fluidity in her movements.
Just to let you know that Sanne Wevers also has appealed against her difficulty score. That's the first of those that we've seen, the standing Arabian somersault, where the body turns 180 degrees in flight.
Here, the combination, backflip to 1, backflip to 2, and the straight somersault. Fitting it in onto the beam that's just 5 meters long. It's a slight readjustment, nothing major at all there.
It's a joy when you see an athlete's confidence develop through competition after competition.
Acrobatic elements. Very expressive hands.
And as we reflect upon this dismount, it is worth knowing that the national championships this year were her first competitive routines in 10 months after a torn cartilage in her shoulder and some ankle trouble. It's taken a long time to get back up to top physical condition. And the level that she's at just seems to continue to get better.
Je kan geen protest aantekenen tegen de score voor uitvoering of voor aan de bal. De artistieke waarde van de oefening. Alleen voor de moeilijkheid. En dat heeft Sanne Wevers dus gedaan. En de jury bekijkt nu of die klacht terecht was. We kijken wellicht een video van die oefening. En dan zal het verdict heel snel volgen. Heel snel, want we hebben al een verdict. Score of Sanne Wevers remains unchanged.
There's no change to Sanne Wevers' score.
Score for Charlize Jones.
Charlize Jones scores 12.933, 6th position. Simone Biles will win at least the silver medal. Joy Yatchin at least the bronze. Sanne Wevers waits for one last performance. Difficulty-wise, the numeracy is there for it to challenge. Just about the execution.
Let's go to Brazil. The balance beam exercise of Rebecca Andrade.
Rebecca Andrade of Brazil. 13.8 in qualification. Starts with the switch leap to mount. Her execution score in qualifying 7.9. Very good. It's a nice looking display from Andrade. What a couple of years it's been. What extraordinary and thoroughly deserved international results. And what a wonderful way to finish this balance beam final. That was high quality from Rebeca Andrade. The all-around silver medalist at these championships.
Andrade from Brazil, bringing the beam final to a close. With a magnificent
This has
performance
been
there.
great entertainment and
Beautiful double pack from the end.
such
Congratulations
varied
by all
performances. We've seen some interesting
As we said
construction
earlier, super
of the
atmosphere
exercise
on the competition floor.
from all of the
They've all been
athletes.
supporting each other. Look at that split position on the mount.
So we look back at the switch leap mount from Rebeca Andrade.
And here we move into the leap.
A switch leap, and then she goes into the same skill but with the addition of a half turn, a
Same element with the
180
half
degree
turn.
switch of position.
That's the little waver on the landing there. And the free
The free
walkover.
walkover or front aerial.
Helped her teammate to a historic silver medal
Let's go for
earlier in the week.
amplitude with a flick up of the
She
back
also
leg
took a
in the
silver in the all-around competition
ring
and
position.
was crowned world vault champion yesterday. Such a talented competitor. Here, the compulsory 360-degree turn.
What
on
an
the beam.
amazing competition yesterday, that
And
vault
this is
title
the
that she won.
culmination of her exercise,
Just
building
narrowly over Simone Biles.
from the round off.
And then a
into
double
the
pike to
somersault
conclude.
In the pike position, nails the landing, and she knows she's done a good job. Qualified with a score of 13.8 and a difficulty value of 5.9. Needs more than 14.1 to get onto the podium.
14.8, 14.7, 14.1. As things stand, this could be tight.
We have a score for Rebeca.
She's done it! She's got a bronze medal! 14.3. Rebeca Andrade gets an extra tenth of difficulty from qualifying. It was way better in execution. And the Brazilian has another medal at the World Championships. It is a full set of colours here. And the title won by the gymnast standing next to her, Simone Biles of the United States of America. For 4 times now, 4 occasions, she has been absolutely unstoppable on this apparatus. But this is a story. Joya Chin got a tenth away from Simone Biles, got a tenth away from a 4-time balance beam champion of the world. That is brilliant from the young Chinese athlete. And those 3 performances, such an exciting podium, such an enjoyable final.
Gymnast, please march out.
The classified results in the women's balance beam competition. Bronze to Rebeca Andrade of Brazil. Silver won by Joya Chin of the People's Republic of China. And the gold medal and the title of world champion on beam for the 4th time. Unprecedented success for the unprecedented Simone Biles. What super entertainment. Let's enjoy a look back at how the medals were won. we're going to bring you now the victory ceremony for the men's vault competition.
It is time for the medal award ceremony of the men's vault final. Please welcome the medal winners.
The victory ceremony for the men's vault competition at the Antwerp 2023 World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics.
Third place and bronze medal winner representing Ukraine, Nazar Chepurny.
Ukraine's Nazar Chepurny, an Olympic medalist at youth level on vault, is now a senior World Championship medalist.
Second place and winner of the silver medal representing the United States of America, Koi Young.
A young man who goes from strength to strength every time we see him. Koi Young of the United States of America. A team bronze medal and 2 silver medals in the apparatus finals.
And first place, gold medalist and world champion from Great Britain, Jake Jarman.
For the first time ever, a man from Great Britain is the world champion on vault. Jake Jarman. It was an absolutely stunning display. His vaulting has been getting better and better and better. He just missed out on the European title earlier this year. And now he will head to Paris 2024 as the reigning champion of the world on vault. We will now have the national anthem of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
And may we invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to stand up for the national anthem of Great Britain.
God Save the King played in honour of Jake Jarman of Great Britain.
Anthem of Great Britain for Jake Jarman, the world champion of men's vault of 2023.
The medalist in the men's vault competition at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics 2023.
Time for some pictures of these
His
athletes.
first world title and the first ever for Great Britain in the men's vault competition. The last medalist, Christian Thomas, in 2013, and guess where? This very building.
What a fantastic podium. Gymnasts, congratulations. Thank you so much.
The celebrations go on. Another victory ceremony to bring you. Another world title for her. And another medal for her.
And now, the medal award ceremony for the women's balance beam final. Please welcome the medal winners.
The victory ceremony in the women's balance beam competition at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics in Antwerp, Belgium. More joy for the Team USA fans.
And bronze medal winner from Brazil, Rebecca Andrade.
Rebecca Andrade, a bronze medal on beam. A fantastic conclusion to the final. The last performance.
Second place and silver medalist representing the People's Republic of China, Zhao Yaqin.
Zhou Yaqin of the People's Republic of China, winning the silver medal in her debut World Championships and finishing just 1/10 shy of the winner. Welcome to the biggest stage.
And first place, gold medal winner and world champion for the United States of America, Simone Biles.
Back in Antwerp, where the journey began, it's the 22nd gold medal at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics for the incomparable Simone Biles. The fourth time she has been the world champion on balance beam.
Saki, FIG Women's Technical Committee President.
And even by her standards, that was some win. And it had to be better than Zhou Yaqin.
Director of Sport Vlaanderen.
How impressively the teenager from the People's Republic of China did to keep pace with Simone Biles and really pressurise, and to finish 4/10 ahead of one of the greats in Rebecca Andrade. She's in very fine company, the Chinese gymnast on that podium, and she's in the company of a four-time champion of the world on beam. The national anthem of the United States of America. The national anthem of the United States of America played once again in honour of Simone Biles.
The podium of the women's balance beam final.
And there they are, the medalists in the women's balance beam competition at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics.
Simone Biles, world champion on balance beam here in Antwerp in 2013. World champion on balance beam here in Antwerp in 2023. Why don't we just give her a Belgian passport? Let's hear it again for the medal winners on balance beam.
Plenty more action still to come. We've got 3 apparatus finals left at the World Championships, the last 3 medal events. The men's parallel bars will be followed by the women's floor exercise, the men's horizontal bar competition. And all of it will resume very shortly as we go on with the men's parallel bars competition.
Have you been here all week, or is this your first day?
Yes, the whole week. I watched the whole competition, the qualifications, and the final, of course.
Every day, okay. We've seen a lot of people from Brazil here. If you're from Brazil, make some noise. Yeah. All over the place. You guys came a long way to be able to witness everything. Another medal today. What does it mean to you?
Well, to see that is everything. Because Brazil now is also the First Nations of gymnastics. And, well, look, Rebecca is amazing, amazing. We are very proud of her. We are very proud of the whole team from Brazil for the qualifications for Paris and the medals.
You are proud, and rightly so. Give them one more round of applause, the people from Brazil, everybody. Now, Brazil, there's already somebody from Brazil came to apologize to the ladies in Dutch. The ladies in orange, let me just have a small conversation with you. It was looking good, and then all of a sudden, exactly, because that's the point. You see third, and you see maybe a medal, but that you keep forgetting that these are the best gymnasts in the world that we get to witness here all day. So fourth is, of course, was this something you expected?
We were hoping opportunity for my final in the beginning, so it was very good and amazing that it was here. So we were hoping for a good result, and this is really good.
Really good. You can say that. I can imagine. Any Dutchies in the place? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will get started within a couple of minutes. I just want to say we will have another countdown on the big screen. You already know what to do. We'll start counting down from 10 to 9 to 8 and so on and so on. We have three more finals, 3 more apparatus. So just make sure that you don't go. Everybody!
Looking good. Niels, ik kom terug naar u. Fantastisch, Jarno. Fijn dat je weer een paar mensen hebt ontmoet hier in het publiek. Altijd fijn om die Nederlanders hier te zien. We hebben trouwens straks nog Naomi Visser aan de grondoefening. Dus er kan nog van alles gebeuren hier in het Sportpaleis. 3 finales dus nog aan de brug met gelijke leggers. Dat is een mannentoestel. Dan de grondoefening bij de vrouwen. En dan om af te sluiten straks nog het rek. Altijd spectaculair. een fantastische middag wordt het hier nog. We're almost ready for the next 3 finals on parallel bars, on women's floor exercise and on horizontal bar.
The action is about to resume.
9, 8,
The
7.
men's parallel bars final will be underway in a matter of a few seconds. The penultimate medal event for men at these World Championships. Kaya Kazuma from Japan, the 8th best in qualification. He'll be getting this men's parallel bars
From
final started.
Ukraine, Ilya Kovtun.
He won a bronze medal at the World University Games in the summer. Ilya Kovtun from Ukraine, the 2nd best in qualification.
Representing
The World
People's
Cup
Republic
champion
of China.
across the regular season on the parallel bars. And the European champion to boot. Shi Tsong of the People's Republic of China, the 22-year-old, was the 5th
From the
best in
United
qualification
States of America,
and won a
Yul
bronze medal at the World
Moldauer.
Championships in 2021. Yul Moldauer from the United States of America, the 4th best in qualification
Also for the United States,
and the reigning
Asher
Pan-American champion in all-around competition. Asher Hong from the United States of America, 6th best in qualification, the teenager,
from Italy,
one of the
Matteo
promising young members of this
Levantesi.
squad. Matteo Levantesi from Italy, the 7th best in qualification and a Mediterranean Games silver medalist
From
last year.
Germany, Lukas
He's won
Bauer.
World Cup honours on the parallel bars too. Lukas Dauser of Germany, the silver medalist at the Olympic Games in Tokyo
And finally,
and the runner-up
representing
at the World
Japan,
Championships in
Kaito
Liverpool last year. He was the
Sugimoto.
top qualifier. Sugimoto Kaito of Japan, the 3rd best in qualification and the silver medalist on the parallel bars at the World University Games. Very little gap between the top 3 in qualification. Lukas Dauser 15.3, Ilya Kovtun 15.233, Sugimoto Kaito 15.166. The need for crispness and beautiful geometry on the parallel bars as the
first 4
gymnast will try to
can
avoid
warm up
any
now.
needless pacing with the hands in the handstand position. And where those with the most difficult work, the likes of Ilya Kovtun, the likes of Lukas Dauser, will demonstrate the ability to work on a single rail, holding handstands on just one of the bars. The anticipation is that this will be an extremely close final. Kaya Kazuma, the bronze medalist at the World Championships in 2019 and at the Olympic Games. Correction, that was pommel horse at the Olympic Games. Ilya Kovtun, silver medalist in the all-around competition, the top performer in qualification. Schertzong, third place at the World Championships in 2021. His debut World Championships, he was sixth in the all-around competition too.
All hands on deck while the gymnasts prepare them and get the appropriate amount of chalk for absolute grip. And as the film
5 out of the last 6 men's world titles on the parallel bars have been won by a gymnast from the People's Republic of China. The only exception, Joe Fraser of Great Britain in Stuttgart in 2019. Otherwise, Yohao, Hu Shuwei, and on 3 occasions, of course, the one and only Zhou Jingyuan.
Lucas Dauter, and he qualified with 15.3. He will be the penultimate performer in this final. Last year's world champion, Zhu Jinghuan, is not in this final, so we will be crowning a new world champion. But again,
no gymnast from the unified Germany has ever won the title.
So lots at stake. I'm sure your
there was a win in 1985 for Silvio Kroll.
And then we have that split warm-up, so it means that the final competitor
he represented
to wait too long
East Germany. At that stage was part of the unified Germany team in 1991 at the World Championships, but no champion from the unified Germany in the men's parallel bars.
There's a really good close-up on the big screen of how the gymnasts are
Uchimura
measuring.
Kohei
So important where they're
shared the
doing
title with
flying
Lin
elements to
Chaopan in
regraph
2013 in
bar.
Antwerp.
Not really many hold parts on parallel bars. Of course, they compose themselves in that all-important handstand.
That was the first Japanese win since Gushken Koji in 1981 in a tie with Alexander Kuchatin.
Gymnasts, end of the warm-up.
The Ukrainian has won it before, Oleg Vernyayev in 2014.
Straffe gymnasten aan de 8e toestelfinale van dit wereldkampioenschap. In de 8e toestelfinale aan de brug, de herenbrug. Representing Japan.
Kaya Kazuma from Japan,
Kazuma Kaya.
the 8th best in qualification. He has a PhD in sports science from Juntendo University, at the heart of the Japanese training system. Excellent academic institution. Can he improve upon that 14.8 from qualification? Maybe just a little shy of handstand on that occasion. But a smoothness and crispness thus far. Front straddle somersault, well performed. It's good amplitude. It's a very well-oiled Tippelt. That's a delightful beginning to this final from Dr. Kaya Kazuma. And there comes the traditional Kaya Kazuma roar. An integral part of any World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics.
By his competitors as he steps
Team
down
world
on the
champion
podium.
here.
Kazuma Kaya, the first
He was
finalist
actually
of
part of the
Paralympics.
Japanese team in 2015,
Already
the
gold
previous
medalist
time
here with the
that they
team.
won.
And a super performance from him.
Now he's become
Qualified in eighth
a
place.
veteran
He
figure
scored
despite still being only
14.8 and a
26.
difficulty value of 6.3. Here's the start of his
But
routine
he's
from
said
upper
so many
position,
times in his
little
career
hop
that he
there. Up
was never
here
called
into
talented. He
high
was
straddle somersaults
called
up across the
hard-working.
court.
He was somebody who showed
Moving out
incredible
towards the end of the
determination to
rails.
get to the top of the
Super
game.
strong handstand position. And the
Goodness, he's done
extension
that.
in the shoulders. And he kicks high up into the Bavsar. Judges looking for the flight above the rails there. The body in a nice straight position.
And we congratulate him as well on his recent marriage
And
to
here,
Seda.
kick out. Straddle lift up into the handstand. Keeping his form. Using the entire length of the apparatus. There, closer look at that Bavsar. Body lifts above the rails. The feet joined
Demonstration, the
together
slow
behind him.
motion of his performance of
Here.
Raj Bavsar's eponymous skill.
Building into the double front somersault with the half twist. Super landing.
It's a great display from Kaya Kazuma. 14.8 in qualification. It'll be quite close. 14.733.
14.733 for Kazuma Kaya.
There'll
of
be
Japan.
high difficulty to come from others, but it's a strong opening. That's what
That's
they
his
paid
way
their money to
say
see.
hello to the world. Kazuma
Possibly.
Kaya. Now from Ukraine,
Ilya Kovtun of Ukraine. Second best in qualifying, 15.233. He won his first major international title on this apparatus at the European Championships earlier in the year. He's won so many medals though, including the all-around silver here. Ooh, a little over balance. Into pace with the hands. Didn't hold that on this single rail for long. But it's an extremely intricate routine. Again, he has a small overbalance, and again, he controls it well. That's a really impressive example of minimising issues as best as possible. He is evidently a little dissatisfied with aspects of that display, Ilya Kovtun. But a lot of gymnasts would have overbalanced in a far more pronounced way than he did.
Still only 20 years
He gave
old.
very little
Such a
away in terms
talent,
of the
won a
dismount and
silver medal in the
other key
all-around
portions
competition.
of this routine.
At the highest difficulty in qualification, a 6.7
That's where
D
coming out of the
value.
turn, he had to
The
take some
qualification
paces with the
score,
hands.
15.233. Tall gymnast using his lines to good effect on this apparatus. A little adjustment there, I'll be trying to keep those to a minimum. There, hopping out to one rail and back onto the two, building the difficulty. Here, driving the heels forward into that double somersault. Bends the knees to
Well
absorb
performed.
the landing.
Double front somersault
Good
at
job
the
there.
conclusion, extremely steady in the landing. Now, how will his difficulty be? 6.7 in the
Competed at
preliminary round.
2020 Olympic Games. He's also the 2021 World and 23 European all-around bronze medalist and 2023 European champion on this apparatus.
He's being coached by a woman that is rather exceptional, Irina.
14.633.
Score for Ilya Kovtun,
Second place for Ilya Kovtun. His difficulty 6.4, and I
14.633.
did suspect it might be a little lower
Ilyakov toen. Hij won het zilver hier in de allround wedstrijd een paar dagen geleden.
Kaya Kazuma has just managed to outperform the second best in qualification.
Let's go to the People's Republic
Shi
of
Song
China.
from the People's Republic of China. From Suzhou in Jiangsu province in the east of China. At his second World Championships, he attempts to get back onto the parallel bars podium, having finished third in Kitakyushu in 2021. His score in qualifying, 14.9. Flickers momentarily, but this is looking rather on the polished side. Very delicate and graceful somersault. And then launches into power with the Mavzar. That's a very good performance. Shi Song, the 22-year-old from China, he looked extremely collected. It was graceful and elegant.
Fifth highest qualifiers with 14.9.
He's an undergraduate at Nanjing Sport Institute, founded in 1956. It's produced 15 Olympic champions, including in artistic gymnastics and trampoline gymnastics.
Straight up into the handstand.
We are getting close to the World Championships of Trampoline Gymnastics, which are in Birmingham in the United Kingdom next month.
World Championships in Japan. And turning out onto one rail, super control there. Here, the under somersault. Back up to the handstand. And here, choosing the double pike, a bit more unusual these days. Often our gymnasts going for forward rotation dismount, but nails the landing. He knows he's done a good job.
That's transformed the final. Shi Song scoring 15.066. Execution of 8.766.
Highest score.
He leads, and he leads well by a third of a mark over Kaya Kazuma.
Will he be King Kong today? United States now with an exercise of Yul Moldauer.
Yul Moldauer from United States of America. Fourth best in qualification, 14.966. He could quite possibly chase down Shi Song. He's got a very difficult routine. Gosh, this is lovely. Oh no. Well, just as he was getting into his stride, it seemed. Most unexpected moment. Aside from that really unanticipated problem when he was going into the handstand position, Yul Moldauer performed that exceptionally well.
Yul Moldauer from the United States of America.
A gymnast who we've seen return to international level at the World Championships
27
this
years of age,
season, and
Olympian,
with
very
his title
experienced,
as
eight-time
all-around Pan American champion this year,
bronze with the team here. He was going so well,
and
but
becoming
had a few problems in the
absolutely
middle
one of the
that routine.
leading members of this
Had one
American
of the highest
team,
difficulties in qualification,
sort of young
6.6.
veteran figure.
There's Yamadov. A long swing with the full turn. Here, onto one rail.
Good single rail work, creates difficulty.
Lovely line in the handstand. This is just where he had to use his strength a little bit and over-rotated the shoulders, had to roll out.
The overbalance
But recovered well.
there will lead to quite a drop from the score that we saw in qualification of 14.966.
14.966 in qualification. Here, that very difficult somersault from upper arm support with the half turn. So hard to get the elevation for the rotation there, but he did incredibly well. And here, driving up into the dismount, double front with the half turn. Let's see what the judges make of it.
Shudsong leading on 15.066, Kaya Kazuma second, Ilya Kovtun third. No change to proceedings, 13.133. A drop of about 1.8 from qualifying.
May warm up now.
It takes us to the halfway point of the men's parallel bars competition. And the warm-ups for
So
Asher
we have
Hong,
4 more
Matteo
gymnasts
Levantesi,
warming up.
Lucas Dauser and Sugimoto Kaito.
Challenging apparatus. Currently in this parallel bars final, leader Shi Kong with 15.066. That's the score to beat. From Kazuma Kaya with 14.733. And Ilya Kovtun.
Lucas
currently
Dauser,
holding that bronze
silver medalist
with a
in
score of
Tokyo,
14.633.
the Olympic Games, and the runner-up
Yeah, on your big screen,
in
Lucas
Liverpool
Dauser,
last
the
year.
highest qualifier. Silver medalist on the parallel bars
And with
at
the
World Championships
problems
in
that we
Liverpool last
just
year.
saw from Ilya Kovtun,
And the silver on
really
this apparatus
a great opportunity
at the
for the
Tokyo
German
Olympic
to be the
Games.
first from
Very
unified
experienced
Germany to
competitor.
become
He will
the
be
men's
a
parallel bars
penultimate
champion of the world.
performer. Nice opportunity to see the gymnasts warming up, just familiarising themselves with the lights, with the apparatus. Standing on the parallel bars, not usually part of the routine. That's just composing himself before he does his dismount. Now warm-ups are timed by the judges. Additional time on parallel bars to adjust the apparatus before they move on them. It's usually about 50 seconds in total. All important chalk being applied. Some gymnasts like more chalk, some like a little less. Sometimes a little bit of water to help the chalk stick to the hands. So our final gymnasts having their allocated warm-up time. This is Kaito Sugimoto of Japan. The Japanese team have been so strong here, winning the team event. 30 seconds of warm-up remaining, gymnasts. 30 seconds. And it looks like our first gymnast is just preparing the apparatus, and very shortly we'll be getting the competition back underway.
Competition set to resume. The men's parallel bars final in progress. Welcome to Antwerp and the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics. Schertzong leads on 15.066. Kaya Kazuma 14.733. Ilya Kovtun 14.633. We still have to come Asher Hong, Matteo Levantesi, Lucas Dauser and Sugimoto Kaito. 2 gymnasts to go who scored 15 plus in qualification. That's Dauser and Sugimoto. Could be in for a close and dramatic finish. Asher Hong of the United States of America, 6th best in qualification, 14.833. Early on employs the Bavzar. Tip help, this is secure enough. Going into the handstand positions well. Controls that landing nicely. He was quite crouched over, but the feet position remains stable. Asher Hong of the United States of America, the 19-year-old from Texas, who was part of the bronze medal winning team in this championships of amazing success for the American men. He began his undergraduate studies at Stanford University last year.
Execution score, still just 19 years of age. His second year as a senior. Moving to the end of the rails at the beginning of the routine. And a little on the hop, upper arms up to support. Start the routine off. Yeah, turning out onto one rail. Not sure if he clipped the bar or not there. I'm sure the
A little
judges
contact with the apparatus, it seemed, brushing the side of it.
Bronze with the team. He is the 2023 National All-Around Champion. Nice line in the handstand here. Double front with half turn to finish the
Really
routine.
impressive that he
Nice
holds
to
this,
hold the
considering it's
landing,
quite a
and great
low
job from him there.
landing with the upper body.
And the score's already in.
14.466. Asher Hong is in fourth position. Kovtun holding on at the moment in third.
Shi Kong still in first place, followed by Kaya and
3
Kovtun, Ilya
gymnasts
Kovtun of Ukraine.
left.
Let's go to Italy. Exercise of Matteo Levantesi.
Matteo Levantesi of Italy, 7th best performer in qualification, a Mediterranean Games medalist and multiple World Cup medalist on the parallel bars. Went gradually up into that handstand, not straight away. Single rail work, loses the form of fraction. And he's very overbalanced. Quite a few deductions. Doesn't travel perhaps as far as some do with that Bavzar. He's a little off in angle on the pike dismount, and he knows Matteo Levantesi, all of the component parts are there for it to be a thoroughly competitive parallel bars routine, but it just didn't quite manage to be that way in this final. A wry smile from the Italian, the 26-year-old. His second time at the World Championships. And he already has been a team gold medalist at continental level, along with all of those honours at the Mediterranean Games.
European Gymnastic Championships, and went one better to help Italy secure team gold this year, where he made the parallel bars final. Silver at the Coppers World Cup on this apparatus. Here, swinging well, as we can see on the big screen. Tall gymnast, elegant in the handstand, extended in the shoulders here, as he swings up above the rails. Turning out the other end of the apparatus. And the giant with the full turn and high in the babsa. Feet locked together in the handstand, and here the double pike somersault to dismount from the apparatus, and just a little step forward. He knows that might be costly.
Such a shame, isn't it, that moment when you
Great
see an
effort from
athlete
the Italian.
thinking about what might have been.
And there's the score already.
13.866, his difficulties up 2/10 from qualification, but the second lowest execution score that we've seen so far.
Individuele finale. En nu kijk in Antwerpen in de finale.
Schertsong has a medal.
Matteo
Now, what colour will it be? This is very much the business end of the final, because we've got two gymnastica who scored, both of them in excess of Schertsong's current score in qualification. Lukas Dauser, 15.3 in the preliminary round. He was the best of anyone. Silver medalist at the Olympic Games and the runner-up at last year's World Championships. As mentioned earlier, no gymnast from the unified Germany has won this title at the World Championships. And it's extremely convincing so far. Beautiful stillness on the handstand. If he finishes this as he's performed everything else, then it's going to be absolutely brilliant! Oh, he's produced it at last! The one that might win it. After the disappointment in his home World Championships in 2019, after finishing second on the highest stage at Olympic and world level, there is a very good chance now that Lukas Dauser is going to be the champion of the world and be the first from the unified Germany to win the Parallel Bars World Championship title. It was a masterclass in execution.
With half turn right at the beginning. No additional hand placements. Accuracy is what the judges are looking for. Moving out to one rail and turning in the half turn. Super line in the handstand. Had a difficulty value of 6.6. Qualified with 15.3 and scored 15.4 in the all-around.
It really is a delight to look back on. Holistically,
Healy
It
turn.
is just superb.
What a strong performance he's put in.
Every individual part of it is so well performed, but the whole thing hangs together as a fluid and
Concentrated all the way
composed
to the
piece
end.
of
The double
gymnastics.
front and the half turn.
And we've seen
Pinpoint
some
position and
really
a super
wonderful
performance
landings
from
in this
Lucas
final.
Dauser. That meant a lot.
And that's up there with them. But his difficulty is going to be probably the highest we've seen so far.
Wow, so many Germans. We have a score for Lucas.
That's the big one, 15.4 with 1 to go. It's not confirmed yet because the next gymnast is brilliant on this piece, but it's exceptionally hard to beat. There will be a Japanese gymnast on the podium. It's Dauser of Germany 1, Shi of China 2, Kaya of Japan 3, and the last gymnast is the national champion from Japan on the parallel bars, Sugimoto Kaito.
Sugimoto.
His scoring qualification, 15.166. The execution was 8.866, the difficulty 6.3. Seem to have a little pacing work there. But it is lovely. Takes off beautifully, nice arch of the body. Still a handstand as you'll get. Wow, that was so impressive. Oh, an unbelievably good landing from Sugimoto Kaito. Now. It's all going to depend on the difficulty because that was extremely well executed too. Brilliant finish to this final. The last two routines from Dauser and Sugimoto, exemplary.
Difficulty score of 6.3.
In qualification, his difficulty score was 6.3. Dauser's in this final, just as in qualifying, 6.6.
He's 23 years of age, of course. Part of the team that won gold. It's for World Cup gold on this apparatus back in 2019. Often quite difficult to go last in a final, having to wait to see everybody else go before you. Kept his composure. A little somersault between the rails to start off the routine.
He's illustrated why he is the dominant force domestically on this apparatus in a very competitive field.
To upper arm support. And this at Babsar, as we've seen some of the other
Doesn't he
gymnasts
get
perform
nice
it,
clearance?
looking for that flight, looking for good body shape above the rails. He certainly performed that very well indeed. And here, that double front with the half turn, and again, these gymnasts so
He's already won a
precise
title with the
such
team.
difficulty.
Anything
Great
else
work
to
from
come?
him. He has to wait for his score. Punches the air. Sigh of relief, a job well done. And the competitors acknowledging the skill of all
Dauser,
of the finalists
Shi,
here.
Kaya, 1, 2 and 3. 15.4, 15.066, 14.733. Sugimoto Kaito has won the bronze medal. A score of 15 exactly. Shutsong holds on to take silver, and Lucas Dauser has made it to the top of the world. The runner-up last year, the silver medalist in Liverpool, the silver medalist at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, is the world champion, and he becomes the first from the unified Germany ever to win the parallel bars world championship title.
From last year in Liverpool.
The 30-year-old two-time Olympian
He's the world champion.
is competing in his 5th World Championships. And it seems an age ago that he had such a tough time in Stuttgart. He's changed so much, his gymnastics has got even better. Sugimoto Kaito, the winner of the bronze medal.
15.4.
A matter of hundreds away from She Tsong.
And here's some shots of Kaito Sugimoto celebrating his bronze medal.
Young man from the People's Republic of China, She Tsong, producing
Championships.
a display that was one better than in 2021, where he took the bronze medal.
Gymnasts, please march out.
The head coach of the Japanese national team, Masato Hiroaki, celebrating alongside Sugimoto Kaito. The classified results in the men's parallel bars final: bronze to Sugimoto Kaito of Japan, silver to She Tsong of the People's Republic of China, and the gold medal won by Lukas Dauser of Germany, and winning it actually with a very good margin of about 1/3 of a mark. Let's have a look back at how it was that the medals were won. We have just 2 more medal events to take place at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics. The women's floor exercise will be the penultimate of those before we finish with the men's horizontal bar.
And we are ready for yet another final morgenfinale die aan de grondoefening bij de vrouwen. Women's floor exercise final, presenting you the 8 finalists. Representing the United States of America, Shilese Jones.
The finalists in the women's floor competition, starting with Shilese Jones from the United States of America.
From
The gymnast who won the bronze medal at the National Championships earlier this year. Flavia Saraiva of Brazil, Youth Olympic champion on floor in 2014 and a medalist at the Pan American Championships. Naomi Visser of the Netherlands, the 7th best in qualification.
From the United States of America,
The gymnast who scored 13.733 in the preliminary round. The top performer in qualification, Simone Biles of the United States of America, 14.633, but even better in subsequent competitions here in Antwerp. Alice Kinsella in as a reserve gymnast. Jessica Gadirova unfortunately having to withdraw. Kinsella, the 9th best in qualification and a European Championship medalist this year. Rebecca Andrade of Brazil, the 3rd best in qualification. A medalist on floor at the World Championships. Joya Chin of the People's Republic of China, the reigning national champion on floor and a star performer on beam. And Sabrina Maneka Voinia of Romania, the 16-year-old who won the bronze medal at the European Championships on floor in Antalya, Turkey earlier in the year. She's just won the national title as well.
First four gymnasts.
We'll start with Shilese Jones, Flavia Saraiva, Naomi Visser and Simone Biles, before moving on to Alice Kinsella, Rebecca Andrade, Jo Yachin and Sabrina Maneka Voinia.
Floor exercise.
The four routines take place on a square area measuring 12 by 12 meters and can last up to 90 seconds.
Five titles on floor at the World Championships and the Olympic title in 2016. Simone Biles with absolutely extraordinary difficulty on this apparatus. Her teammate Shilese Jones will begin, twice an all-around medalist at the World Championships and part of the dominant USA team that defended its world title here in Belgium. We have also in this final Naomi Visser, who was 5th at the last World Championships in the floor competition.
Maybe no surprise, Simone Biles with 14.633.
Wij zijn bijna klaar om eraan te starten. De eerste oefening in deze laatste finale alweer bij de vrouwen. Straks volgt er nog een mannenfinale natuurlijk, die aan het rek.
The last event for women at the World Championships in Antwerp is to begin any
Misschien
moment now.
interessant om te weten, aan de sprong en aan de brug gaat het om moeilijkheid en uitvoering. Aan de grondoefening en ook aan de balk komt daar nog een artistieke component bij. Seems like we are ready for the first exercise on women's floor.
Shilese Jones,
The United States of America, Shilese Jones.
13.8 in qualification, the 5th best performer and a medalist at the National Championships. She has been the American champion on floor. A path to these World Championships that's been anything but easy considering the injury problem she's had of late. It has been a fantastic competition for Shilese Jones. a second World Championships,
Here he is, elegance, the
another gold
summer
medal,
final,
another
apparatus,
appearance on the all-around
beautiful
podium,
interpretation of the music,
more apparatus honours,
stylish, classy performer,
one of the finest, no question.
qualified with a score.
She
of
won a silver medal on
13.8.
floor at the Paris World
We see her
Cup in the
working across
lead-up
the diagonal,
to the World
lifting high
Championships
into the
last
double
time.
twisting, double back somersault.
And now she has her sights set on
Full twisting,
Paris
straight
2024.
front walk out. Into the double tuck.
Really does open up well out of the double tuck. Her angle of attack is
Composed, clean.
terrific.
And very difficult work. But it's not just about the tumbling. Here,
Does get
showing that
a
full
lot
twisting double back somersault.
of
That
height.
was the final tumbling pass. "21 years of age. Gold medalist to the team.
13.8 in the preliminary round.
Bronze.
5.7 difficulty, 8.1 execution.
Another medal to her souvenirs that she'll be taking home from Antwerp.
We hebben een score.
13.666, it's just over a tenth down from her performance in qualification. Not a big drop.
Vorig jaar werd ze zesde in
Difficulty
Liverpool in de
is
kwalificaties, maar ze
2
kon zich
tenths
niet
lower, the
plaatsen voor de
execution a
finale
fraction higher.
Door een zogenaamde two-per-country rule. Er waren 2 Amerikanen beter dan zij. We gaan naar Brazilië. Brazil on the floor now with Flavia Saraiva.
One is destined to be entertained when Flavia Saraiva is taking to the floor. She was the 4th best in qualification. She's already won a team silver medal. Can she get some individual honours too? Her return following injury has been quite stunning. Her gymnastics remains as entertaining as ever. There is even more ferocity in Flavia Saraiva, though. More desire.
Bringing the carnival to the Sports Palace here in Antwerp.
It was such an exciting performance, so full of energy and purpose, but also clarity of tumbling, real clarity.
And full of difficulty.
She's been a cult favourite of gymnastics fans for years.
Beautifully expressive.
Lovely
arms,
choreography, as
Yeah.
always, from her.
launching herself into the tumbling. The whip back somersault, that's like a backflip with no hands. Immediately into the full twisting double back somersault.
It's a slight lack of
No problem
symmetry in her twisting tuck position, but her landing,
Super
that
to
is
see her in this floor final.
excellent.
Had to withdraw from the finals in Liverpool
the
last
double
year.
layout.
Look at that, floating through the double straights.
That was
Absolutely
probably
spotting
one of her
that
best landing trajectories of all.
And this was the final tumbling pass, the double pike back somersault to conclude the exercise.
Clear pike position, well established. Controls the landing.
With the third highest score, 14.033,
Small sideways hop.
a difficulty value of 6.1. Now 24
It's
years
high quality.
of age. Apologies, qualified with 13.833. And the score's on its way.
Flavia Saraiva, fantastische gymnaste. En een
She's
ongelooflijk
been a
toffe
Pan American all-around champion. She was the Youth Olympic champion on floor. And as of these championships, she is a world championship medalist.
Remains unchanged. And we have a score for Flavia Saraiva. There it is.
13.866. Flavia Saraiva is in the lead. Ahead of Shilese Jones by 0.2, who did make an inquiry, and there was no change to her score.
She is in first place now, Flavia Saraiva. En de volgende, die gaan we gewoon lekker aankondigen in het Nederlands. Uit Nederland, Naomi Visser.
Naomi Visser of the Netherlands. The 7th best in qualification, 13.733. She was 5th last year in Liverpool. A second consecutive appearance in the World Championship final on floor for Naomi Visser of the Netherlands. And she was 4th at the European Championships as well in Antalya. She's been getting so close to the podium. Also won a bronze medal with the Dutch team for the 2nd time earlier this year at the European Championships. She's won the national title on more than one occasion on floor.
22 years of age. You got it, part of the team who helped qualify for the Paris Olympic Games. And here we see the tumbling past that first impressive whip-back somersault.
Moment that always gets such a reaction from the crowd.
Twisting somersault, really going for the difficulty.
Working hard to point the toes, do as much of the twisting work as she can, then punch is through into the tuck position.
Area, and we'll wait to see what the judges make of that. There.
Difficult to control the spin. She starts with a high leg position and then had a second sequence after that.
Slight gymnast, but uses her frame very effectively here. The 2.5 twist backwards into the straight front forwards. And here, building up into the final somersault, the double tuck. That was at the end of her routine. And a big smile, she knows she's done a good job. And so does the coach.
An inquiry has
Just
been
to tell you that Flavia Saraiva has successfully
Flavia
challenged her
Saraiva
score.
as
It goes up
well.
to 13.966. So a single tenth of improvement for the Brazilian.
966.
Consolidates her place at the top of the leaderboard. A real
And
contender for
Naomi
honours.
Visser scores. Coming up now, 13.
Naomi Visser, 13.3, her 3/10 of penalty for landing out of bounds in the first tumbling pass. Added to an 8.0 execution, meaning that it's a drop from qualification of almost half a mark.
Next on for the United States, the floor exercise of Simone Biles.
5 times a champion of the world on floor. Simone Biles of the United States of America. Top performer in qualification. From Antwerp to Antwerp, and everything that has come in between. A decade of dominance. World title after world title after world title after world title. Olympic titles too, and more maybe to come. Whatever is next, her domination over a decade has been unquestionable. Her status as a legend in the sporting world bears not even the slightest of challenges.
Such elevation, she makes it look so easy.
Technically
Really
precise,
effortless for her.
athletically
And here,
unsurpassed,
double straight with a late
but
half
more
in,
than
out
that,
back to the Biles, her own skill.
a figure that has served as an aspirational
So much
one
energy just popped out
for
of the
so
floor.
many reasons. Somebody who has spoken so frankly about that which has troubled them,
so brilliantly here.
and they've done it as willingly as they've spoken about that
on the double straight. That was the final
which has been of
couple
joy
times.
to them.
She has 22 world gold medals, 29 world medals in total. And
She has led on
adds
the
another
competition
one,
floor.
30th
She has
in
led
that
off of
round
it, and she will lead again. She is, of course,
Earlier on, I said
Simone
that she won
Biles.
the gold medal on beam here in 2013. That was
There will
not
never
correct.
be
She won
another
the
like
bronze
her.
medal. But still, so many World Championship medals so far. And the parents of Simone Biles, welcome to Antwerp.
It's nice to have them back. It's nice to have her back.
So these gymnasts have finished their performances. Just have to
Even
wait
though
for the scores.
there was the move out of bounds
Final
from
apparatus
Simone Biles, it's
for
not
the
a
women's
huge penalty,
programme.
and it's offset
Another
against
opportunity to have a look at that routine.
immense difficulty. I mean, just
Full
look at
50
the
double straight,
outrageous
just
height that she
ties it up
gets,
to the floor before she lands.
and still
And it's
judges
12 by 12
the
is
entry,
floor area.
the return to earth perfectly.
It's a little bit warm down there.
Accreditations will save the world. That's for sure. We have a score. We have
14.633. Simone Biles of the United States of America goes into the lead and is well positioned to win her 6th World Championship title on floor. She's already at the top of the leaderboard when it comes to most titles on this apparatus. But she may well consolidate it even. Not consolidate it, that's not a word. But we still have a long journey to go in this women's floor final. We've got gymnasts like Rebeca Andrade, the bronze medalist last year in Liverpool. We've got Alice Kinsella, who'll be next to go before Andrade.
While our gymnasts warm up, let's see what else we got in store. We have an imitation challenge, which means if you see yourself on a big
Kinsella,
screen, you have to imitate the image you see. Let's go.
the silver medalist at the last European Championships in Turkey, and also the reigning Commonwealth Games champion on floor. And then there is this young athlete,
Come on, give it a try.
the daughter of Sabrina Voynia, Olympic team silver medalist and world team champion,
About this whole move.
Sabrina Maneka Voynia.
Okay. Come on, imitation. Let's go. That's not too difficult. Very good, very good. Who's next? Okay.
I think I might actually have
There we
just
go. Yeah.
slightly,
you're on the big screen, man. This is your moment.
muddled that.
On to the next one.
I think if my memory serves me correctly, I said that Sabrina Maneka Voynia's mother was Sabrina Voynia, which is of course not correct. It's Camelia Voynia.
All right.
I
Looking
might
good, looking
possibly have
good.
said Sabrina too many times.
We got about 20 seconds left. Let's see. Okay. Let's go. Come on. Who's doing it?
Alice Kinsella in as the
Let's go,
reserve for
Brazil.
Jessica Gadirova of Great Britain.
You have to convince other people. I understand.
What a luxury when you can bring in the Commonwealth
Last
champion
Last one.
on floor as your reserve gymnast. Her scoring qualification 13.633.
4 teams take place on a square area measuring 12 by 12 meters and can last.
We are ready for finalists. Number 5 on floor exercise. She represents Great Britain, Alice Kinsella.
Alice Kinsella of Great Britain, the 9th best in qualification, in as the reserve. 13.633 in the preliminary round. She is the reigning Commonwealth Games floor champion. Alice Kinsella has had to really adapt over the course of these championships. She came into the all-around final with absolutely no warm-up time at all, no preparation, and did extremely well. She's also come into the floor final with a little more notice, but still quite short notice. And it's what you would expect from a leader figure in this British team.
Here Here we see him in action. Here, the 1.5 twisting back somersault, immediate walkout into the triple twist. That was the first tumble pass, building the difficulty. Bends the knees to absorb the landing. Took a silver medal with the team last year at the World Championships and the 2023 European Championship gold. Nice little image there of a Olympic tattoo on her ankle. Only a select group can have that mark. There, the 2.5 into the full twisting front somersault, just a step to the side. Straight back into the choreography, selling it to the judges. And here, the final tumble pass, that double pike, nicely round. And again, the same tumble from a different angle across the diagonal. It had a difficulty value of 5.6 in qualification, but gymnasts can change that and add to it.
Alice
in the
Kinsella,
finals.
Olympic bronze medalist with the team
Zoals een
in
van de
Tokyo.
gymnasten van dat Britse team dat brons won op de Spelen in de teamfinale.
12.666 in this final. She's in 5th position. Simone Biles ahead of Flavia Saraiva, ahead of Shilese Jones. That's your 1, 2 and 3 thus far. But we still have 3 performances to come.
En dan naar Brazilië. Brazil on the floor. Exercise of
Rebeca Andrade of Brazil, bronze medalist in last year's floor competition at the World Championships in Liverpool, the 3rd best in qualification here. That is an absolutely phenomenal piece of artistic gymnastics. It has the athleticism, the technicality, everything that you would expect from Rebeca Andrade, but it has as well that most mercurial and prized of things on floor, which is a sense of performative quality that she always delivers. It is quite simply artistic.
And I'm sure you enjoyed watching. Here, that full
Very
twisting
few
straight
people
front
that get a
somersault,
crowd going on floor like she
walk
does.
out. So light in the tumbling.
And the tumbling was very effective too.
Elevation in the full twisting double tuck. Plenty of airtime, giving her the opportunity to land with a chest height. That's what the judges are looking for.
I cannot
And here,
state
full twisting
strongly
double
enough
straight.
just how highly spoken of Rebeca
Not
Andrade
a
is
waver on
in the
landing.
gymnastics world.
Absolute pinpoint
How
precision.
one is besieged in every discussion about these World Championships by remarks about thank goodness she came back. Thank goodness she recovered from injury. How sad we were that we thought we might never see her again. How brilliant it is that she's achieved what she has done. She is a real gymnast.
It had the choreography, even had the audience participation. Qualified with a score of 14.033, but lifted that to 14.666 in the team competition. She got a silver in the team final, bronze on beam, and she is the vault champion. Glorious in that golden yellow leotard. Can she get a medal to match?
Flavia Saraiva in second place at the moment.
An inquiry has been submitted for the exercise of...
She's very, very close to the lead. 14.5. Rebecca Andrade drops into second place. It's a Brazil 2 and 3 with Simone Biles leading the way. Andrade's execution, the best that we've seen so far.
Een Chinese gymnaste op de wedstrijdvloer nu. Representing the
Memorable and impressive day for Zhou Yaqin of the People's Republic of China. 6th best in qualification. She's the reigning Chinese champion on floor. Zhou Yaqin of the People's Republic of China on an extraordinarily memorable day for her and for the gymnastics world, where we have witnessed what a force to be reckoned with she is on balance beam. But a very good performer on floor too. Nice sense of relationship with the music.
Returning with the floor. Polished performance from the 17-year-old. Bringing her World Championships to a close.
Now her score in qualification was 13.766. 2 tenths higher than that is the score in this final of Flavia Saraiva.
That very difficult spin at the beginning. Of course, those gymnastic elements equally as important as some of the acrobatic elements, and those are how you add to your difficulty score. She had a score of 13.766 in qualification with a difficulty value of 5.6. Here, the double tuck somersault. Beautiful control on the landing. She even had pointed toes in the middle of the somersault, which was quite astonishing. And there, going for the double spin in the split position. Very different oriental flavour to the music and interpretation of her choreography. And there, the triple twist into the immediate rebound and the punch front somersault. And here, the 2.5 back somersault in a straight position, immediately rebounding into the front somersault in the pike shape. And their coach is very happy with her, gaining experience at these World Championships again. I'm sure we will see her in the future as she waits for her score to come in.
En daar is die score
13.3. Georgia Chin is in
is
6th position.
Only 17, she's pas 17 jaar oud.
Simone Biles
The
still
situation
remains
right now,
at the top of the leaderboard, then Rebecca Andrade, then Flavia Saraiva.
One more exercise.
And there is one
Exercise
last
of a
gymnast to
Romanian
go, so we will
gymnast,
see another Brazilian on the podium.
Maneka-Voinea.
Sabrina Maneka-Voinea of Romania, 13.666 in qualification. She needs 0.3 more than that to get onto the podium. What a way to conclude with the youngest gymnast in the floor final. Sabrina Maneka-Voinea of Romania, the last Romanian to win a medal in this event at the World Championships was Lalisa Iordache in 2014. She also won a bronze medal the year before in Antwerp. Will we have a Romanian on the podium again? We will discover in a short while as the last calculations are made. At the moment, Simone Biles, top of the leaderboard on 14.633. Rebecca Andrade sits in second place on 14.5. Then we have Flavia Saraiva on 13.966. Just to remind you that the qualification score of Sabrina Maneka-Voinea 13.666, so a gain of around a third of a mark will be required for her to get onto the podium.
Rising literally to the occasion. There, the double twisting, double tuck, beautifully landed. You can see, thrilled with her performance. And there, lovely
really a
triple spin
wonderful
as well.
display from the bronze medalist at the European Championships. When you consider the experience of this field, she has utterly held her own, delivering the final display at the World Championships in the women's competition.
She's helped her teammates qualify for Paris Olympic Games next year. So we just have her score to come through. Currently Brazil in second and third place, with Rebecca Andrade and Flavia Saraiva. Simone Biles leading with 14.633.
A debutant at the World Championships,
Lovely way to finish
Sabrina
the routine.
Maneka-Voinea.
Let's see what the judges think.
That's a fantastic debut, 13.766. She finishes fourth, the youngest in the field. Well done to her, the Romanian. Yes, quite rightly, Simone Biles, who knows a thing or two about fantastic performances on floor, congratulates her. But look at the scenes in Antwerp. The Brazilians are on the podium again. Rebecca Andrade with the silver, Flavia Saraiva taking the bronze medal. The champion of the world is Simone Biles once more, and she wins her 6th World Championship title on floor. An unbelievable legacy. Twice the number of any other gymnast. It is yet another of those feel-good podia. Rebecca Andrade and Flavia Saraiva.
Brazilian party on the podium.
The Brazilian flag hoisted by the pair of them.
Rebecca Andrade.
And I know there are loads of you watching at home who are dancing around like they are too. Go on, carry on. You know you want to. I don't think they can believe how good this competition has been for them, the Brazilians. And it's been years and years and years in the making. But how fitting it is, as we look at those two celebrate, that the final story in the women's competition at the World Championships in Antwerp is of the gymnast who came here 10 years ago to establish herself, to make a name for herself. She made the greatest name for herself that we've probably ever seen in the sport. But keep an eye on her, won't you? Keep her in your sights, because her performance was tremendous. 13.766 in a debut World Championship final. That is high quality gymnastics from Sabrina Maneka-Wojnia. It's been a pioneering World Championships for South American artistic gymnastics. The women's competition draws to a close, but we have one more event to bring your way. They'll be thrilled with what they've seen from their young prospect, Sabrina Maneka-Wojnia, the Romanian fans, and I think you'll be thrilled with what's coming up next too in the men's horizontal bar final.
I think the Romanians can be proud of Sabrina Maneka-Wojnia. As already said, last year she was still a junior. She was one of the stars at AOF European Youth Olympic Festival in Banská Bystrica in Slovakia. And now straight into the floor final at the World Championships. There is no inquiry for Sabrina Maneka-Wojnia. No inquiry. So Biles wins the gold. Andrade
the classified results in the women's floor competition at the World Championships. Bronze to Flavia Saraiva of Brazil. Silver to Rebecca Andrade, also of Brazil. And the gold medal and the title of World Champion on floor for the 6th time to Simone Biles of the United States of America. And so it ends as it always ends, with the spectacular, with the drama, with the excitement and the unpredictability. Of course, it's the men's horizontal bar final. Here are your runners and riders. Arthur Nori Mariano of Brazil, the world champion from Stuttgart in 2019.
Milad Karimi.
Kazakhstan's Milad Karini, the reigning World University Games champion on the horizontal bar. He was fantastic in China and the second best in qualification here. He's a real contender. But there's contenders everywhere. That's the problem. You've got Tin Surbic, the man who won the world title in 2017. He was the fourth best in qualification.
Paul Judah.
You've got Paul Judah of this confident United States of America team, a team that's surpassed expectations, that's written their names into the headlines. Oh, how about the Olympic champion on horizontal bar, Hashimoto Daiki, the man who so often secures the big team or all-around titles on this piece. Can he now do it in the apparatus final? Felix Dolce of Canada, a gymnast who has won so many honours at the Commonwealth Games, the Youth Olympics and the Junior World Championships. Chiba Kenta of Japan, an Asian Games medalist and World University Games champion before coming to his debut World Championships to win team gold. Su Weide of the People's Republic of China, a gymnast who was a World University Games team champion and part of the Chinese team that made it onto the podium here in Antwerp. As I said, there are contenders everywhere. There are champions everywhere. There's one sitting next to me. This is a great honour and a pleasure to have Fabian Hambuchen alongside me. A man who won the Olympic title, a man who won the world title, and you also love this place, don't you? Because you won a silver medal here in 2013.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me here.
Well, you look at these competitors. I mean, this is a monstrous field, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everyone can win in this final or in every final. You know, it's all about who's mentally strong enough to keep up on the routine, who's going to hit the routine. So whoever is doing a great routine today has a big chance to win this final.
One of the things that I think is so fascinating, and maybe those of you who are newer to watching the sport of artistic gymnastics and horizontal bar routines, is, Fabian, that you get this thing where gymnasts will change substantially their difficulty when they get into a final sometimes. And how do you make a judgment about whether to do that or whether to not do that?
I mean, for the women's side, it's not the usual thing to change difficulty, but for the men's side, most of the time you have something left in your tank, you know. So whenever you go into the final, you decide which routine you're going to do, but also I was one of the guys who could decide during the competition to change my difficulty. So before that final, I was sitting down there with Aljaž Pegan from Slovenia, and we both has been into the high bar final at Worlds 2007 in Stuttgart. So and I talked to him right now, and I was like, man, if you could have raised up your D-score, I was able to do even more. So that's the way how I decide to do it if someone is really better than me in this situation, because we just can say, like, the winner takes it all. So if you're a second, you're the first loser. So that's how I thought as well. So I did the decision like this. But especially here in Antwerp, I had a great all-around, won the bronze medal. But during the competition, we changed two routines, like P-bars and high bar. Because before P-bars, I told to my dad, I would go for the full routine, full D-score. And he said, oh, probably better let out the Gadsden on P-bars because it's a risky skill. I said, no, I have to do this. So I did this, I hit my routine, and then we went on high bar. But this time I went to my dad and said, hey, let out the Cassina, just do a pike Kovacs. He said, no, you have to do Cassina now. So I did, and it worked out so that I got the bronze at the end. So, yeah, everyone is different, but I think you always try to find a consistent routine and also have a more difficult routine for any situation.
And it's that ability, isn't it, to competition manage when you get really experienced, like he is, for example. When you've competed at the Olympics, when you've won world championship titles, you know, don't you, how to make those big decisions in a competition.
Yeah, I mean, now it's, for him, you know, he's in first place coming up in this final, so he has to go all in, I guess. So, and he's one, as you said, one of the more experienced guys, so he definitely knows what to do. And I was in the same situation at the Olympics in Rio. I had to start at first, and I know, okay, I have to go all in and try to hit the perfect routine.
And it worked out pretty well for you.
Actually, yes.
We begin the men's horizontal bar final. Altonori Mariano of Brazil, 9th best in qualification, 14.133. He's got some lovely work on this piece. And there, that Liukin. The layout Kachev with a full twist. Trying to keep his control. Oh, now we didn't see that in qualification. Interesting. Yamawaki floats delightfully. Oh, and then the Kachev, the undoing, and he got through so much of it.
Yeah, it was a little bit like the timing was a little bit too late, so he couldn't actually get the bar in his hands like completely. But as you said, he raised up his D-score. He tried to put more skills into it, and of course then skills like the Kachev gets more difficult at the end of your routine.
That time no problems, connecting from Kachev to Kachev with varied leg positions. The world champion from 2019, he concludes most of it was wonderful, and he knows it, clutches his hands together as he tried to clutch that bar and stares up into the rafters of the Sport Palace for a moment. He's a great entertainer though, whatever he does.
Yeah, he's a lovely guy. I know him for so many years, and we spent some time together in Brazil, so yeah, that's what I said. He had to go all in because he knew that his only chance to get a medal here. So he put in all risk, and then, as I said, when you change your routine, sometimes a few skills get a little bit later in your routine where you're much more exhausted before that. So you get a little bit slower sometimes in your reactions and your swing. And that makes the little difference then if you're too far from the bar or if you're closer, and this time he was like a fingertip too far.
And before that, he'd made the decision to add that full twisting Jaeger in the layout position, and that is something we've seen from him many times over the years, that beautiful skill. He also has that wonderful Yukin. There's some variety to his work.
Yeah, he has a great variety in his routine. And also, I think what he didn't do in qualification is to connect the jam half with the Yukin in the beginning. So he just right away started to raise up his D-score, and a beautiful dismount at the end, but the fall, this use deduction, he cannot. I mean, we have to wait for 7 more guys, so I don't want to say anything about his, place at the end, but unfortunately, he had to go down once.
For him, this is a very important competition with the prospect of Olympic qualification as well. For him and for Tin Srbic, they're almost in a mini tournament. Once we remove all of the gymnasts who've already qualified with the team, already qualified with the all-around competition as part of the complicated rubric of Olympic qualification. And we'll see Tin Srbic in a short while. I just remind you all watching at home that this is not the last chance for the gymnasts. They have the continental competitions next year and the World Cup Series. 13.533. It's indicative of how he pushed up the difficulty, because he's actually only 6/10 lower than qualification with that fall thrown in.
Yeah, and 6/10 is a lot.
And then Kazakhstan with
Milad Karimi of Kazakhstan, 14.6 in qualifying. The World University Games champion on the horizontal bar. The last performance in China. He's already won a medal at these championships on floor. Here's Cassina. He's followed by his Kovac. And into the Coleman. Well, this is big. Now the Kachev really trying to extend himself. A couple of Kachevs. This gentleman is throwing difficulty at this routine. Can he control his landing after all that explosivity on the apparatus? He can! Milad Karimi of Kazakhstan closes his eyes and takes a breath. That might have been the routine of his dreams. That was very high quality.
Yeah, what a breathtaking routine. I mean, connecting all these releases in a row, that was just huge. He got a little bit sloppy, so he will get some deduction in the E-score, but yeah, as everyone, he had to go all in, full risk, and he managed to stay up on the bar, especially the connection between Kovacs and Coleman. That was really, really hard. That reminds me on Epke Zonderland in London 2012, when he managed to connect 3 releases that got lower and lower, the release, but he managed to catch the bar, and it's just, he did an amazing job.
Yes, it will be interesting, won't it, to look at the execution score, because, as you say, there were a few issues with the form here and there.
Yeah, you can see it right here in the slow motion, like open legs a little bit here. That one was a little bit too close to the bar, but he knew he has to go, just whatever it is. And he did, but here we see all the legs and whatever, and he just tried wherever the bar is to catch it. He couldn't see at the bar at all. So that was just like a real circus act over here. But he did it and stuck to this mount, which is like the last impression also for the judges, which is really, really important. So he can be really happy with that.
And the coach very happy indeed, and not surprisingly.
13.533 from Arthur Nori Mariano. There's obviously going to be a lead here for Milad Karimi. It's a good one, 14.433. Same difficulty as qualification, execution down by almost 2/10, and that's for all the reasons so beautifully articulated by the gentleman sitting next to me. Now we go to a 27-year-old from Zagreb in Croatia, an Olympic medalist and the world champion from 2017, Tin Srbic, and somebody who often delivers such high execution scores. His difficulty score in qualifying, 5.9. Let's see where this one goes in the final. Into the straight Kachev to begin. The traditional Kachev, and this is very impressive. Huge wind-up for the Coleman. The man who defined his work with Kachev's, who's had to change since the code of points changed, and he's changed well. This is tidy gymnastics. That was graceful, elegant,
wow. That
beautiful.
Was a brilliant routine. One of the best he ever did. I was really watching, so concentrating, because you know he has so many releases and all these catches. He added the Coleman since a few years to his routine, and that's just, I'm really like speechless right now, because this guy, he's a great guy. He's just a polite, really quiet, calm guy, but he's just a hard worker, and he will be in front of Mariano, so he will get the ticket to the Olympics for sure now. But I think that wasn't his main goal. His main goal was to hit this routine and to get a medal on here, so probably he will. And as you say, he removes from himself the pressure of those World Cup competitions next season. Wow, this layout, Piatti, like the Stolder with the catches layout, there's just like an amazing skill.
He's so well respected, isn't he, by his fellow gymnasts?
Definitely, definitely. I mean, at the end of my career, we were already competing together. And he's such a nice guy. But you know, there are, I think, almost every gymnast on this field is a really nice guy, and you all come along pretty well. It's a big family. You can see in his face, all the pressure went off.
punches the air, he knows he's going to done a good job.
It's not quite the scream that you used to break into.
Oh,
it's a much calmer reaction.
Yeah, I'm a much more like extroverted guy. So I was always like Lucas Dauser before on P-Bus, and I had to scream it out all the way. But yeah, if you know him, he looks really, really happy now. Of course, he's a little bit nervous to see what his score is about, but at all, he's really, really happy, and he can be so proud of himself to hit this routine like perfectly.
I know there are many of you out there that are huge fans of Tin Surbic. I'm sorry for whatever damage you've just done to your coffee table by kicking it over, watching that routine, and the stress you were probably feeling, but you can probably relax now because your gymnast is Paris bound.
The opportunity to have a look
And now
one
it's
more
not
time
up
there,
to you.
stooping
You know,
in
it's
and
all
out the
about
handstand.
judges
The
now.
looking for
What
the
they're
gymnast
gonna
to
do.
stoop out within
That's the
45
hardest part,
degrees of the handstand
because you
position
did what
for it
you
to count.
can do, but then you have to wait what others are seeing and judging. It's always the hard part in gymnastics that it is subjective.
How the gymnasts compose their routines.
But
it's all up to them.
he did great.
Quite strategic in the way that they link the skills together.
And just there
And he
at the end,
punches
though,
the air.
the sign of the intensity starting to leave his body as all of that energy that's gone into trying to secure this spot at the Olympic Games and a medal at the World Championships. It's Karimi who leads on 14.433. That was the exact same score that Surbic produced in qualification. He's better, he leads. Tin Surbic in the gold medal position, and crucially for Tin Surbic, that mini tournament he was in with Artanori Mariano has ended favourably for him. All of the Olympic qualification places to be confirmed in due course by the International Gymnastics Federation, but he will be feeling very calm now.
To the United States of America. Here's the exercise.
Paul Judah of the United States of America, from a team that has impressed so much at these championships. This young man is from Illinois. 6th best in qualification. The Yamawaki, his first release move. Purposeful, powerful wind up into the original Kovac. Kachev. And another in the straddle position and into the pike position. So we've seen the full family of Kachevs. The American gymnasts cheering on from the sidelines as they always do as Paul Judah completes his World Championships. That's a fitting way, Fabian, for us to say goodbye to the American team, because they have been wonderfully entertaining, haven't they?
Yeah, they were just incredible. What these young guys did here was just amazing and really, really nice to watch. And also Paul is such a nice guy, and he's working with his head coach Shao really close together. They're from Michigan. I've been to Michigan in 2014, training together with Sammy Kulak, so I know this place, and it's just like these guys are just like working so damn hard. But all the American young athletes, they're just like, I don't know. Whenever you've been to college there and see how they work, it's completely different to the rest of the world.
Have a look at the releases one more time.
And it's such a huge thing, isn't it, collegiate gymnastics in the USA?
Yeah, that's what it is. I really love watching this. I also wanted to study there after I graduated from high school, but at this time it wasn't possible to do this. But anyways, whenever I'm over there, I go to the colleges, I watch the gymnasts competing or training, and it's so much fun. And also, as I said, I was training with Sammy Kulak in Michigan, and that was just like, you have a group of 20 boys, you know, like the atmosphere in that gym is just like, it's always on fire. And you can see that these guys, they have so much like consistency in their routines. They do so many routines. They have so many competitions in the NCAA. So it's nothing too serious to go out here and hit another routine, because they did 1,000 of them before. So that's what it looks like, especially this time with the US guys. They did just an amazing job.
Now, meanwhile, Tin Srbic's score has been upgraded by 0.2 as Paul Juda scores 14.1. So Tin Srbic challenging his difficulty score as Paul Juda and the American team have challenged the status quo of the World Championships. They've made a lot of friends at this competition. So what does it mean at the halfway stage? Tin Srbic is ahead, 14.7. Milad Karimi of Kazakhstan behind the Croatian, 14.433. Paul Juda is in third place, but now we have Hashimoto Daiki to come the Olympic champion on the horizontal bar, and he's had such a memorable championships.
Yeah, he's just the strongest guy in the field right now, especially on high bar, but also in the all-around. And all the Japanese team, they were also really young, really strong. And like for the Japanese and the Chinese team, they had to decide who goes to Worlds and who goes to Asian Games. So some of the best guys, especially from China, they go to Asian Games and not to Worlds. But the value of the Asian Games for like Asian countries is so high, so it's comparable to Olympic Games. So they sent the best team over there, but still Hashimoto is here, which means they're really looking forward to get some of the gold medals, and he already did, and the whole team did. So, and especially on high bar, he's like the strongest guy in the field. So, really looking forward to his routine, because he also can raise up his D score to whatever he likes to do, I guess.
That Asian Games, one of the largest that it's ever been. More athletes at the Asian Games than expected to be in Paris at the Olympics. The Japanese gymnasts, many of them took part in the World University Games in China, which is another hugely prestigious competition for the Japanese athletes. And we've seen one of those World University Games figures from several years ago, back in 2017, emerge internationally at the World Championships in Chiba Kenta. And it's lovely, isn't it, when you see a Japanese gymnast out of nowhere just come along and establish themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially World University Games. I think they are, because I competed there twice, in 2013 and 2015, and I think it's one of the best competitions ever. It's so beautiful, great atmosphere with all the students there. And what is he doing? Still warm up. I was wondering if he starts the routine, but no, he was just waiting for his coach. So World University Games are just like comparable to Olympic Games, I think. And so it's awesome to see that many countries sent almost the best teams over there. Germany, unfortunately, is not doing that for reasons I definitely do not understand. But anyways, it's beautiful to see gymnasts growing up, starting with that kind of competition and coming here to the world stage and performing on quite a high level.
On the subject of people who perform at a high level, Hashimoto Daiki of Japan, the top performer in qualification, a score of 15, the reigning Olympic champion on the horizontal bar. The challenge has been thrown down by Tin Srbic. How will Hashimoto answer? Oh, that's how. Puts a full twist of the body in. And the Cassina keeps his swingfulness going. Coleman too. He is so evidently entirely at home on a massive stage in front of a huge crowd with a lot at stake. And he's still only 22. To perform with such intensity and such calmness. It's a wonderful balancing act from Hashimoto Daiki. You shake your head on that, Fabian.
I don't want to say too much, but I think we just saw the world champion on high bar. I mean, he has the highest D score. He just did everything so clean, released us in a perfect distance. So there was nothing to criticize. I mean, of course, there will be some deductions because the judges will always find some deductions, but for me, that was like a perfect 10. And that's just how gymnastics should look like, real like artistic gymnastics. So that's beautiful.
It's fluid, isn't it? It's so kinetic.
Yeah.
Horizontal bar Olympic champion.
Also like how he's kicking out the legs right before catching the bar. Many guys stay in this tuck position till the very end, and he's like kicking out, showing how much time, how much height he has in every of his releases. Also like the Cassina, beautifully, great distance to the bar.
That's called the Cassina.
Just beautiful to watch. No hiccups at all. Also layout to Tkachev combined with the straddle to Tkachev here.
He just
easily
that
done.
from the straight position, connected the two, making those direct connections builds the difficulty. Yeah, that little hop full.
And as you said, it was like really like smooth, calm routine. No pressure at all, no stress.
Beautiful
Just
extension.
working like element by element, one by another, and then sticking this dismount at the end. Just shows like, okay, I can do another routine if you want. Just ask me when and why.
Now then, 15 was the scoring qualification with a 6.6
Yeah, just amazing, so impressive.
Can he top our leaderboard today?
He's yet to win this title at the World Championships.
Score so far is the score of Tin Srbic.
Silver in the last two editions. He's surely going to lead. It's a brilliant number, 15.233 for Hashimoto Daiki. Tin Srbic applauds. He just shakes his head and looks upwards. That was exactly what you were doing when you were watching him.
Yeah, because you expect that someone is showing some nerves, you know, in that kind of final. But he was just like going out there like, oh, I'm just going to play around on the bar a little bit. And it was just amazing.
We go to Canada now. Felix Dolce.
Lovely to see Felix Dolce of Canada in this final, the 21-year-old. If you're watching this in Canada, I bet you're feeling so thrilled with how your teams have performed at these last two World Championships, earning 2 team spaces at the Games. Young gymnast who's really played his part in the team's success. He really did commit, didn't he, and overcommitted.
Yeah, I don't know if he did the Cassina in prelims, but as I said, everyone knows when you're not going for your highest difficulty in that routine, you have no chance for a medal. So, and he's a young guy. He needs this experience. I mean, Epke Zonderland, he missed the bar so many times before he got more and more consistent, got Olympic champion and everything. So that's still a huge experience for him to stand in this final.
And that's a nice recovery into the Kovac. Again, just struggling with his angle. But as you say, it's the experience gathering process, isn't it, for this 21-year-old?
Yeah, it is. But also when you miss the right timing to do like the release, then sometimes like the bar is like fluttering. And then it's really hard to catch it. If you release from the bar at the right timing, then the bar is still. And then it's easy to catch.
The signs are there of a really nice young gymnast. There's no doubt about that. Didn't quite work on this occasion for Felix Dolce from the Montreal suburbs, but well done to the Canadian men on their accomplishment in sending a team to the Olympic Games. That really was the gold medal aim at these World Championships for Canada, and they've done it.
Yeah, and if you see him, it's like he has so much potential, especially on high bar, when you see the releases, when you see how he moves, how his gymnastics looks like, then you know there's a lot to come in the next years.
And the casino. That's where...
Yeah, here we can see the casino again. Was a little bit too far away from the bar. He was just, grabbing it with his fingertips, and that sometimes is not enough to keep up on the bar. But beautiful Kovacs after that.
Problem in the tuck position. Strelkachev.
Yeah, I think here you really can see how this bar was like shaking, and then it's really, really tough to grab it easily.
21 years old, 21 years old even, born in Quebec.
Nice dismount at the end, double twisting, double layered, little hop at landing.
Replay of his dismount.
Vorig jaar in Liverpool werd hij 22e aan dit toestel en nu in de finale, dat noemen ze progressie.
Hashimoto, Srbic, Karimi, no change expected. Courtesy of 2 unintentional dismounts for Felix Dolce. 11.1, he's in 6th position. And we have 2 to go, so Hashimoto Daiki is guaranteed at least a bronze medal, probably a little more than that. The 2 still to come, scored 14.5 and 14.3 respectively. One of them is Hashimoto's own teammate. This is a very experienced gymnast at domestic level, less so at international level. Chiba Kenta, he surprised the world when he was the top all-around qualifier. An important part of the team's success as well for Japan. And he was the 3rd best in qualification for this particular final with a score 14.5. That would send him into 3rd place now. He was very out in his angle there, and it required a lot of strength to get back onto the bar. Came down so close to it. He did well to save it, but it will carry big deductions. His Yamawaki is good. Such an unfortunate start for Chiba Kenta, because there is some lovely work from this gymnast, a certain poise and elegance, but he was fighting hard with that first release move.
Yeah, that was like a, we call it like a working effort or like a working success. So when it's not looking that smooth like Hashimoto did, then it's like hard work all the time. I mean, he has a beautiful style, beautiful form in his gymnastics, but he had many, many little mistakes in there, not finishing the twist right to the handstand. And also, like, the Coleman was way too close to the bar. We can see that here. So you don't have enough swing to continue with a giant. So you have to do kind of an endo or a kip like this, like a muscle up. But it's, yeah, it's like bringing a little bit stress into your routine, and it's like wasting energy. But he worked hard till the very end of this routine. But I don't think he can get into the medal places now.
That's demonstrated in the dismount here.
I think nonetheless we have to acknowledge this is a gymnast who finished 11th in the all-around competition at the national championships earlier this year, and his performance coming here to Antwerp has been far beyond what you would expect from somebody in his position. One hopes we get the chance to see a lot more of him internationally. It can be so difficult just to get into that Japanese team and get your chances. 12.7 is his score, and that means we can confirm Tin Srbic on the podium. At least a bronze medalist. Milad Karimi waits to see if he's made it double bronze at these championships. And this will be very interesting. What will we get from Su Weide of the People's Republic of China? He can be magnificent on this piece. He can struggle. 14.3 in qualification, though, shows his promise. Well, that is a pretty authoritative beginning. Can he keep it going? Yes, he can. Now the intricate close control with the apparatus gets the crowd gasping. It's a very ornate and tricky sequence. Now, how will his conclusion be? His dismount had a small adjustment. That's going to keep us guessing as this final comes to a close. The last performance of the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships from Su Weide of the People's Republic of China. And you get the sense he was waiting to get that chance to get back up there and show everyone what he could do. Very interesting.
Yeah, interesting routine. I mean, he did a lot of beautiful skills, but all single, so no connections at all. That means his D-score won't be too high. I guess he will be between Srbic and Hashimoto somewhere with a D-score. The execution was okay, not totally clean. He opened up his legs during his Coleman,
Team silver medal.
and sometimes his feet were a little bit sloppy, but like this full twisting skill was right into the handstand, which is like perfectly. That's how the judges want to see that. But here we can see his Coleman, and right when he caught the bar, his leg were open up. And as I said, he did all the skills just single without any connections. So I think he can get on the podium for bronze, but in my opinion, not in front of Srbic.
With a little bit of flair to the side. That came
But he also has the bonus to be the last guy on this this event. Always being the last is a good chance to get probably a little bit more of points, but...
Another look at the Coleman, the full twisting, tuck somersault over the top.
But I think for Karimi it will be hard to stay on the podium.
Just a slight separation of the feet. And here those very impressive German giants. Incredible flexibility of the shoulders.
And although we often focus on the spectacular release and catch moves, this sort of work is an integral part of building your score, isn't it?
Yeah, the German giants. Good that I can say that.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're looking much easier than they really are. I think I just tried once, but I never made it. So it's a really difficult skill, and also with a pretty high value. And so sometimes you don't really expect that high score, but this first team was fully packed with difficult skills.
It's 14.5. He's just gone in ahead of Milad Karimi to take the bronze medal right at the conclusion of these World Championships. Difficulty score of 5.9, but his execution 8.6. Hashimoto Daiki is the world champion and the Olympic champion on horizontal bar. He goes to Paris as the absolute favourite, and he goes to Paris full stop. That's the key thing. But he's also the silver medalist. Tin Srbic of Croatia. That's a very special moment for him, and for him as well. Well done to Su Weide of the People's Republic of China, getting the bronze medal in a very positive conclusion to his competition. He's really been through it. He's been up and down here, and that will mean a great deal to him. Thoroughly enjoyable final.
Absolutely. Thrilling. All the routines, really, really good. Hard work. Just one guy who had a fall. I mean, or two guys, Mariano and Dolci. But, yeah, amazing. Just really impressive what these guys are doing out there. Especially these two.
Brings back some memories for you of this old place.
Absolutely. 10 years ago, being up there on the high bar at the same spot like it is right now. Have a huge battle between Epke Zonderland and me. He got first, I got second. It was just an amazing night. I think just the difference between us was like 0.0 something. So it was really, really close. And the gym was sold out. I would say like 70-80% of the spectators were Dutch. So the atmosphere was really thrilling for Epke. It was amazing.
The classified results in the men's horizontal bar final. Bronze to Su Weide of the People's Republic of China. Silver to Tin Serbic of Croatia. And the gold medal won by over half a mark by Hashimoto Daiki of Japan in a showpiece conclusion to the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics in Antwerp, Belgium. We have a look back at some of the finest moments of this competition and how the medals were won. It's been an absolute privilege for this to be joined by Fabienne Hambruchen, one of the greats in this sport, an Olympic champion, a world champion, and above all else, somebody who just loves watching good horizontal bar gymnastics.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you very much for joining.
Thanks for having me.
Let's dance. Voilà, we zijn vertrokken. Ja, maar dance cam.
3 victory ceremonies to bring your way.
Okay.
The men's parallel bars will be the first of them.
Goed. Ja, dat is moeilijk kiezen. Dat is moeilijk kiezen. Ik heb alleen iemand gezien die gaat die volle bak. Wacht, hè. Wacht, hè. Nou, waar moet ik nu? Ik ben er nu kwijt. Ah, hier. Ja, kom. Hier. Jonge dame. Prachtig. Prachtig. Nog even verder kijken op beeld. Zit dat ik hier goed mee ben? Hoe zit dat hier? Sorry, zeg. Zien. Ik ga heel even naar voren zo. Jullie hier nog allemaal? Wacht, hè. Excuseer. Ja. Niels, als er één iets is dat ik geleerd heb, dan is dat Brazilianen heel enthousiast zijn. Ik ga het zo doen. Ik ga hem gooien. Niet zeggen. Niet doen.
Fabian having made his way down from the commentary position incredibly quickly, I might add. Celebrating with Lucas Dauser, who's about to get his World Championship gold medal.
Welcome the medal winners.
The victory ceremony in the men's parallel bars competition at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics in Antwerp, Belgium.
Third place and bronze medal winner representing Japan, Kaito Sugimoto.
The winner of the bronze medal, Sugimoto Kaito of Japan. The national champion and the World University Games medalist now on a World Championship podium. More to come from him. One suspects he's still only 23. Shi Cong from the People's Republic of China winning the silver medal. One better than his performance in 2021.
And first place, gold medalist and world champion from Germany, Lucas Dauser.
Lucas Dauser has made it to gold. The runner-up, the second place finisher, the silver medalist at the World Championships in Liverpool and the silver medalist at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, now is the best in the world. And what a time to be the best in the world with the Olympic Games coming up.
Presented by Bart de Wever, Mayor of the City of Antwerp. By Alias Pegan, FRG Men's Artistic Gymnastics Athletes Representative. And by Peter Frederiks, co-president of the Royal Belgian Gymnastics Federation.
And we will now have the national anthem of Germany. What an enormously special moment for the gymnast who becomes the first ever from the unified Germany to be the world champion on parallel bars.
What a fantastic
The medalists in the parallel bars competition of the World Championships.
De brug bij de mannen. Time for some pictures with these gentlemen.
He looks as thrilled as anyone has looked at these championships.
Nog even die bloemen meenemen. Gymnast, thank you so much. Let's hear it for the medal winners of the men's parallel bars final.
Well done to the ceremonies team, every part of them, for how well they've handled these complicated bits of presentation, with all of the gymnasts being demanded by the world's media naturally to get interviews with them and early quotes and photographs. They've been very speedy, these ceremonies, and have progressed extremely efficiently. And a thank you too to all of the volunteers at these championships. Volunteers are always the absolute lifeblood of any championships of gymnastics, and I know for many of the volunteers a great highlight has been the chance to meet their heroes, to meet the gymnasts that they have watched on television and in arenas for such a long time. Do it. If you're tempted to volunteer at a major competition, take the opportunity to do. You won't regret it. It's a wonderful occasion. And thank you, all of you volunteers. the victory ceremony for the women's floor competition at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics.
Third place. And bronze medal winner from Brazil, Flavia Saraiva.
The bronze medalist, her second medal of these World Championships, Flavia Saraiva from Brazil.
Second place and silver medal winner representing Brazil, Rebecca Andrade.
The silver medal to Rebecca Andrade of Brazil. A full set of colours and competitions completed at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics.
Gold medal winner and world champion for the United States of America, Simone Biles.
For the sixth time, it is an unbelievably impressive accomplishment. Simone Biles is the champion on floor at the World Championships. The gold medalist once again, the gymnast who's returned to international competition where it all started in Antwerp has been nothing short of an unqualified success.
And by Ilse Ares, General Director of the local organizing committee. Please, ladies and gentlemen,
The national anthem of the United States of America.
Of the United States of America. What an unbelievable podium. With Flavia Saraiva.
The medalists in the women's floor exercise at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics.
And Simone Biles. She was already the GOAT. Now she's even GOATer. Let's hear it for the medal winners.
Just one more ceremony remains. The men's horizontal bar victory ceremony is next.
And here's the award ceremony for the men's final of horizontal bar. Please welcome the medal winners.
The victory ceremony for the men's horizontal bar competition at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics in Antwerp, Belgium.
Third place and bronze medal winner for the People's Republic of China, Su Weidai.
Su Weidai of the People's Republic of China winning a bronze medal in an excellent conclusion to his World Championships. Huge congratulations to him.
Second place and silver medal winner representing Croatia, Tin Srbic.
The winner of the silver medal, Tin Srbic of Croatia, as he can now concentrate on the quest to get back onto the podium at the Olympic Games in Paris next year.
Gold medal winner and world champion representing Japan, Daiki Hashimoto.
There is the man who goes to Paris as the reigning Olympic and world champion on the horizontal bar. Hashimoto Daiki of Japan. And his performance in this final was exceptional. Even by his standards, it was something special.
Medals will be presented by Mr. Morinari Watanabe, FRG President, by Mrs. Rosie Taimans, FRG Executive Committee Member, and by Mireille Colson, Deputy of the Province of Antwerp. And we all stand up for the national anthem of Japan.
And we will finish with the national anthem of Japan. Kimi ga yo, the national anthem of Japan, played in honor of Hashimoto Daiki.
Het podium van de finale aan het rek. Met Zhu Weidai en Tim Servic en de wereldkampioen Taiki Hashimoto.
The medalists in the men's horizontal bar competition at the Antwerp 2023 World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics. Final photographs to be taken. Final opportunities to live in this moment before thinking about what comes next. For many of these gymnasts, they are now Paris-bound. For others, they must endeavour to qualify. They still have options open to them, though the doors are going to be closing soon. There is a road outside this place that leads directly to the great city itself. It's now open highway to Paris. It's full speed ahead, and it's time to dream of Olympic gold. Gymnastics concludes its 2023. It will enter a hugely busy 2024 in all too short an amount of time. We look back at some of the moments of the day and some of the moments of these championships. From wherever in the world you've been watching, it has been an honour and a privilege to have your company. Thank you so much for being part of the artistic gymnastics family, for enjoying these Antwerp 2023 World Championships. Joining me during this competition was Blythe Lawrence and Olympic champion Fabienne Hambuchen. I've been Ollie Hopwen, saying farewell until next we meet.